Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the FSC's annual industry meeting for 2026 under the theme Modern Resilience, Strengthening Supervision, Cybersecurity, and Business Continuity. My name is Tony Panton, and I'll be guiding you through a brief pre-interview segment. I have here with me someone who's no stranger to the insurance space here in Turks and Caicos to kick us off. Her name is Linda Nethery. Linda, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Tony.
So, tell me what brings you to our annual meeting today.
Insurance is a people business, and it's important to have a connection with the regulators because when we're talking about the kind of risks that the offshore companies provide, they're not your regular risks. So people need to be able to understand, both the regulators and the salespeople need to be in connection with what those risks are, and this is a great venue for meeting people and letting them know that you know your business and this is what we need for our business to grow, and how can we meet the regulations to make it all work.
Absolutely. So tell me, of the theme, and I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the agenda, but what might you be looking forward to most? Or is there anybody that you're looking forward to hearing their particular remarks today?
Well, everything is changing. I mean, with AI coming on board, it's just like one more computer thing that we all have to learn. So the more that we can connect with the people in this business and continue to build on the information that we have, the better we're going to be at our business.
Absolutely. No, I know we're going to have some interesting speakers lined up today. There are two panels, and there's also a couple presentations. So I'm sure that you'll be able to pick a lot out of today. So thank you again for joining me, and I hope you enjoy today's meeting.
I'm sure I will. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Linda. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, while Linda steps away, I'll just guide you through a bit of today's program. Like I said, the theme is Modern Resilience, Strengthening Supervision, Cybersecurity, and Business Continuity. On today's program, there is a keynote address that will be brought to us by Floran Messi. She is the Senior Counselor in Finance at the OECD. And we will also be getting remarks today from Her Excellency the Governor. And in addition, there will be two panel discussions, one on AI for financial integrity, and the second is on resilience by design. Now, on our panel today, we have several FSC employees, several faces that I'm sure are very, very familiar to you. We have persons from our banking department as well as persons from our anti-money laundering department, but we will also have several other persons that are well known, very, very familiar faces in the Turks and Caicos financial industry space. And so I trust that today's festivities are going to be absolutely fantastic, but also that you guys will hear quite a lot in terms of feedback. Now, I see one gentleman who I would love to talk to. I have David B. coming to join me. Good morning, David. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
That's a surprise. Didn't expect that to happen.
A pleasant one, I hope.
You are the interview agent.
Thank you very much. So, David B. is a very, very familiar face in this space. He has been at Turks and Caicos Banking Company for how long, David? 18 and a half years.
18 and a half years.
Wow. So you are no stranger to us. So tell me, what are you looking forward to today?
Well, as the agenda says, resilience updates in the industry, changes. Surprised about the new logo?
Ah, yes.
Fantastic. Do you guys have a lighthouse in it? Like we do?
Oh,
Or not?
excuse us for 1 second. So yes, David, please, what are you looking forward to today?
All right. So I want to hear some update. Looking forward to the panel discussions. I wasn't there yesterday evening, so I didn't see
We missed
the new
you.
light logo, which I like, with the lighthouse in it, which we have as well. So
Absolutely, yes.
copycats. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, there's always good events, and also to connect with other people from the industry. I'm very much looking forward to that.
Good. Given your role at TCBC, is there anything from the FSC side that you're especially looking forward to hearing today? Especially given the theme,
Yeah,
about cybersecurity, business continuity.
cybersecurity is, well, it's one of the most important parts right now.
It
You
is.
see it everywhere in customer interaction. There's threats. I mean, I'm looking for updates on that, even though we keep ourselves up to date with training, exercises, fake attempts, all. Yeah, and that's important. We also just recently went through a new business continuity plan for TCBC, which includes key people continuity, because you never know, something happens, so see what kind of inputs are given on that front. So yeah, there's quite a few things I'm looking forward to.
Okay, no, that's excellent. If I can hear from you, just one last thing before I let you go. In terms of, again, your role at TCBC and wanting to hear from the FSC, how has, in your view, supervision changed over the last few years?
Well, clearly from tight checklist supervision to a risk-based approach, it's now way more interaction with the industry, and I think that's key, because we're one team, regulator,
Absolutely.
private industry, and we need to work together. We need to make the jurisdiction strong, and that's only possible, again, if we all work together and not trying to be individual players in this.
Yeah. No, from the FSC side, it's a pleasure to hear you say that, to note that the industry does feel the changes that we're making. And so thank you again, David.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
enjoy the
Bye.
meeting. Again, for those of you joining us, welcome to the FSC's annual meeting for 2026 under the theme Modern Resilience, Strengthening Supervision, Cybersecurity and Business Continuity. I am Tony Panton, and we're getting ready to get started. The room is filling up, and there's definitely a buzz. There's definitely an atmosphere here. And I think I see one more person that might be on my list of persons to interview, but the person is milling around. So in the meantime, I will tell you a little bit more about today's program. I see where we've been joined by Her Excellency the Governor. And so, she has offered remarks. I also see in the room the Honorable Minister E.J. Saunders, who's actually a moderator on one of our panels today, and he will also be making a presentation. In the room, I also see, the commissioners of the Financial Services Commission, as well as our acting managing director, Mrs. Kenisha Bacchus, and several persons from the industry. We're also joined by FSC staff and lots of other representatives. So it should be an excellent meeting. Just want to take you through very briefly a little bit about our keynote speaker for today. Like I said, her name is Flora Ann Messi. She's our keynote speaker. She is the senior counselor in the OECD Directorate for Financial and Enterprise Affairs, and she serves as the OECD G20 G7 Deputy on Finance and the APEC Deputy on Finance. She is also the OECD's head of the delegation to the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, the G20 International Finance Architecture Working Group, and the G20 Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion. Ms. Messi, she joined the OECD in June 2000 to develop activities for the Insurance and Private Pensions Committee. After several years working on financial markets, pensions, and insurance policy, she initiated and led the OECD's work on financial inclusion, financial literacy, and consumer protection. Her responsibilities have included stewardship of the OECD International Network on Financial Education, coordination of PISA international literacy exercises, support to the G20 and OECD Task Force on Financial Consumer Protection, as well as secretariat duties for FincoNet. And from 2016, she headed successfully the Insurance, Private Pensions and Financial Markets Division and the Consumer Finance, Insurance and Pensions Division. Before joining the OECD, Ms. Messi worked as a consultant and an auditor for banks and insurance companies at Deloitte Touche. She holds a degree from the Institute of Political Studies in Sciences and a master's degree in international economics from the University of Paris. So we're really looking forward to hearing her remarks today. We also have joining us today, like I mentioned, the Minister, E.J. Saunders. But I see a gentleman that I've been looking forward to having this conversation with. I'm joined by Mr. Colin Sterling.
Good morning.
Welcome, Colin.
Thank you. I don't know why you're looking forward to this.
No. It's always good to chat with you. You know that. Always good to chat. So tell me, how are you today?
I'm doing good, even though it's so early in the morning.
It is a change for us. It is early in the morning. People are accustomed to us having this event in the afternoon.
Yes.
But, we decided to switch it up a little bit. Were you able to make it to the cocktails yesterday evening?
Yes, I did.
So there you go. You still get a little bit of evening time with us.
Yeah, but you should have had the cocktail reception after today, because then you couldn't have the cocktail reception too late because you have to get up early in the morning.
I know, but like I said, we have to keep you on your toes.
Yes. And the FSC does that.
Absolutely. But, you're a good sport always.
Thank you.
So tell me, what are you looking forward to most about today's meeting?
Well, I guess from last year, where a lot of things were mentioned, I'm looking to see the progression and to move beyond the communication into action. Because I think there are a lot of good ideas. Unfortunately, things like TCI Finance, didn't continue. So the ups and downs of that, marketing the industry, more interaction with the industry, just to get more done rather than said.
Yes. No, and that's very important. And so it will be interesting to see today how our speakers and how the FSC in general continues, that theme, like you said, lots of things that were brought up from last year. And this theme, in my view, actually continues a lot of the discussion from last year. So this will be a good opportunity for you and others to ask those questions. And we know that you're good to ask those burning questions.
I'll try my best.
No, we look forward to the participation. If I can ask you one last question before you go, and Thank you very much for being a good sport about this. I want to hear from you, because you are very active in our insurance space. You are, a man that everybody knows your face, and hopefully,
That's probably good or bad.
No. Hopefully business remains good, but we want to hear from you in terms of, part of the theme has to do with strengthening supervision. And so from your standpoint in the insurance industry, how do you think the FSC has strengthened its supervision over the last few years? Because you've been in the space for a while, but also, is there any feedback that you would continue to have for the FSC?
Yeah, I'll probably respond in two folds, because I also wear an NPO hat. And I think they have been trying seriously to kind of get that under control.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of the issues I have is that sometimes it doesn't seem like they understand our market and try to put a square peg in a round hole and ask for things that are, out of the norm here. So just understanding that kind of market dynamic here. In terms of the industry, insurance industry, I think more interaction in understanding our commercial space. With tourism, hotels growing, there's always a need for more capacity in the market.
Especially now,
a lot of local players don't have that capacity or aggregate. So it's always good to invite and seek out new participants in the industry. And I think that kind of accommodating, welcoming attitude will be helpful. Understanding the need for it, and understanding that, yes, there are some things that the industry does need to do to ensure that FSC is satisfied. But I think a more dynamic relationship and understand industry will be, I think, helpful on both sides.
No, and I thank you very much for that candid feedback. What I hear you say on both fronts is that, supervisory engagement and that continued dialogue between the FSC and the industry is important. And so that is why, events like today, and even in our regular supervisory work, that conversation needs to continue, because we do need to hear from you and from, your counterparts in the industry exactly what the experience is, so that we can tailor our supervisory approach to the specific needs and challenges of the sector. So it's really, really good to hear this candid feedback. Thank you very, very much.
Definitely. And we are here to help and listeners know some of us cause trouble. But
why does it sound like you're putting up your hand?
But I think
good trouble.
Good trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But I think understanding the dynamics,
Mm-hmm.
the operations, the commercial space will go a long way in supervising.
No. And so, again, thank you for this feedback. And so, thank you for the feedback. And my only parting word would be enjoy the meeting.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Always
then.
good to be with you.
Good to have you too. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Colin Sterling. Thank you, Colin. And so, as we wait for, the meeting to commence, I'll just take you through a little bit more of today's program. Just to give you a little bit of foreshadowing, we have 2 panels today. The first panel is going to be moderated by the Honorable E.J. Saunders, Minister for Innovation, Technology and Energy. On that panel, which will discuss AI for financial integrity, enhancing AML CFT, fraud detection and market surveillance. On that panel, we will have the Deputy Director of the Financial Intelligence Agency, Ms. Carol Lawrence. We will have Mr. Louis Caesar, who is the Compliance Manager and MLRO at WB Financial Group, Crystal Almond from Coriat, and Tamiko Smith from the Anti-Money Laundering Supervision Department. Now, I am joined by a gentleman who I'm not yet familiar with, but I'm happy to get acquainted with. Sir, please introduce yourselves for our audience this morning.
Good morning. I'm Khalid Hamid. I'm the Auditor General here at the Turks and Caicos Islands.
Welcome, welcome,
Thank you.
welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. So, I'm asking everybody the same opening question today. What are you most looking forward to from today's meeting?
I'm trying to see if there's going to be a meeting of minds, because one of the things we look at when we're doing audits across the government is to make sure everyone's on the same page.
That's
because
important.
if you have inconsistency, then it's harder and harder to implement anything.
Yeah.
So first of all, to gauge that people understand the risk, and secondly, that the response to that risk is consistent. Or
And
we at least have
appropriate, yes.
and the education and the systems and processes are aligned. So we don't get strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker.
So, you know what's interesting? My title officially at the FSC is Senior Risk-Based Supervision Advisor. So hearing that response, it warms my heart. So I have another question for you. In terms of today's theme, modern resilience, strengthening supervision, cybersecurity, and business continuity, what are you most looking forward to hearing from perhaps one of the panels or one of the speakers? I don't know if you've had an opportunity yet to look at the agenda, but is there any particular discussion or any particular speaker that you're most curious to hear their remarks?
I think the elephant in the room is the security breach 18 months ago.
Yes.
And the question is, have we learned the lessons? And are we in a position to be resilient in terms of the risks? I think at the moment, from what I've seen, there are also, you've got this dual challenge of improving manual processes to digitalizing processes to become automated, and doing that in a responsible way. And we're in a very inconsistent journey at the moment. So I think the idea to get that going, I mean, if you look at the banking sector, we still haven't got bank clearance, and we still haven't got some of the things that we need to have in place.
Yes, some of those things remain in train. And so what I do hear you saying, I mean, notwithstanding the, slow traction on some of these things and the challenges that still exist, but there is ample opportunity. This is the moment, certainly. And so an event like this where we get people in the same room discussing these things, but then, my previous guest, he talked about translating some of this talk into action. Yeah.
My belief is, and I've come across this in different fields, obviously, looking across government, it's not capacity, it's not people's ability, it's people's belief. And I think we have to start having mechanisms where we start also, I mean, as an auditor you might find it strange, rewarding success as well as criticising failure.
That's an interesting idea. Tell me more.
I think at the moment what you need to do is have standards, give out awards or badges to say people have met requirements, both individually and institutionally. So you give like a kite mark for an organisation that's met the requirements. We don't talk about 27,000 or ISO 27,000, maybe a lower level one. In the UK, for example, you have Cyber Essentials or something. by having a mechanism like that. So yeah, should be fun.
No, it absolutely should be. You said one thing there that, I'm going to pick up on, because as a career regulator, we don't often give brownie points for good behavior.
Yeah.
We are known to be, by the industry and others, unfortunately, as the persons who are there to wrap people on the knuckles when something bad happens. But it's interesting that, you talk about incentivizing good behavior.
Yeah.
And I think that will be a very, very important thing as you go forward. Yeah.
I mean, it is. It's a good way for people to learn as well, because also, if there is a deficiency, you look at it as an education opportunity rather than a sanction.
Yes.
So you can think about it in that way.
No.
I think you got next.
That's a refreshing remark. And so I thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure.
And please enjoy the meeting.
Thank you. Take care now.
Bye-bye. I am joined, I think, next by another gentleman. Hello, welcome. My name is Tony Panton, and I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves to our audience this morning.
Okay, do I need this or not? Hello, I'm Tom Bucknell from Coriat's Trust Company here in the beautiful Turks and Caicos.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for attending our annual meeting this year. So I'm asking everybody the same opening question. What are you looking forward to most? I don't know whether you've had an opportunity yet to look at the agenda to see, the list of speakers that we will have this today, and also the panelists that we have. Is there any particular discussion that you're most looking forward to?
Well, obviously I need to come clean, and I have my my head of my
I'll help you cheat. There you go.
Compliance and company manager.
That's
Crystal,
right.
who
Crystal
will be
is on. Okay.
She'll be talking later on.
There you go.
And she's energetically committed to the regulations and to understanding AML and KYC and ensuring that whatever we do is for the benefit of the island as a whole,
Yes.
the islands as a whole, but also commercially sensible.
Yes.
Because there's always going to be a sort of different side of the same coin between industry, where
And
we
the
need to be
regulator.
making money, and the regulator who needs to be stopping the bad actor.
No, and that's such an important perspective to highlight, because Turks and Caicos is, operating in a competitive space. So tell me a little bit from your perspective, at Coriats and in this industry, how do you think Turks and Caicos competes now? What do you think are some of the advantages that we bring to the global market? Yeah, please share that perspective with us.
I think the advantage, in a very boring way, is our regulations. So our regulations, if I can put it in a not perhaps PC way, the sort of British Caribbean, the overseas territories, BVI, Cayman and us, we are directly competitive with each other in terms of our regulation, but the intricacies of it, ours is a little bit better if I think of it on the trust side and the corporate
Glad
side.
to hear that.
If I think of it that way, BVI, you have to do your annual account filing,
Yes.
and that's a hassle and that's a cost, and Cayman has a lot of complexity in the regulation, and we sit somewhere between the two.
Okay.
Aside from some of the newer regulations about public access to the register, where we've gone a long way ahead.
Yeah.
But I think we sit fairly in the middle. The difference is that we haven't had the same experience, and we haven't had the same proof in the market. Cayman is fantastic at what it does. It was in the right place at the right time for the US funds and for hedge funds that used it.
Yeah.
Has a lot of very, very good people within the financial services, large lawyers, accountants, trust companies. We don't have that here. BVI has been on the sort of mass production of it and has 6,000 companies or something, great, something like that. That's going to be hard for their regulator, and that's going to have a different service level to what I think we can offer here. So if we think of it as analogous to our tourism industry, we're bespoke, we're high end, but it's going to be great. This where we are here in the Shore Club. It's a beautiful place.
Undeniably.
And we can't deliver at a low level. We can't do that in this tourist industry because it's going to affect the majority of our GDP.
Yeah.
But it's the same, and it's analogous to the financial services in my view. We have good law firms here. I don't know who's here today, but Stanbrook Prudo, Dentons. We have really good law firms. We have great trust companies, us, Coriats obviously,
Of course.
M&S Trust, etc., etc.
Yeah.
What I think we need to do is get the message out that we actually have a lot of experience and we're very capable, but we're a little bit more high touch.
Yeah.
So, we need to kind of market ourselves in the same way that we may do our tourism industry.
Okay, so if I can ask you one final question
Sorry,
before
I took a long
I
time
release.
then.
No. This is really really good feedback, and we're grateful. But I'm gonna just press you there a little bit.
Yep.
So you talk about marketing the jurisdiction in the right way,
Yes.
and so obviously as a regulator we can't market, but we can and do have a responsibility to support you and the rest of
Yes.
the industry. So how, if you could give any advice to the FSC, what would
Okay.
that look like?
I mean, I would have a chat with Cayman because I go to conferences. I go to STEP conference, which is the kind of industry body
Yeah.
for us, and the senior members of the executive will be there, and they will be fully supportive. They'll understand to move quickly, so it's pretty agile,
Yeah.
and to make sure that this engagement, which we have good engagement, we have very good engagement. Today is a great showing of the kind of engagement between the regulator and the industry.
Yeah.
But there's got to be recognition that we're coming from different sides. Your side is to stop the baddies, our side is to find the goodies. And so, the advice is to be as pragmatic and to be as agile and speedy as possible. So we give some feedback on the virtual assets regulation. There was a meeting this week, and let's make sure that I would obviously tell you to make some changes that
Of course.
reflect what is needed, but
Yes.
is recognizing the reality of the industry,
Yeah.
and then get it out quickly, so that then that itself is an announcement that we can say globally we have a virtual assets regulation. It's brand new. It's 2026, 2027. Come here.
Yeah.
This is where you can build your business, and it's better than Cayman's because it's a little bit less regulated in that sense, and it's better than BVI's because it isn't just completely open. So you'll still be within a regulated environment. So it's having a commercial eye. It's really engaging with industry, properly engaging, and making a change if there's some good suggestions
Yes.
from industry, and then delivering it quickly.
No, I'm grateful for that feedback. The FSC is grateful for that feedback. And this is, an opportunity, but the opportunity continues beyond today for this discussion. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. You're
All
welcome.
right. No, glad to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, you have it here. So while I wait for my next guest, I'm going to just remind you that our theme is modern resilience, strengthening supervision, cybersecurity, and business continuity. I am joined by Mr. Kerry Lucio. Kerry, I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself. I think your mic should be good, but I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself to the people and tell them everything that you do at the AMLC here in Turks and Caicos.
How much time do we have?
Enough time for you. Go ahead.
My name is Kerry Lucio. I'm the National Anti-Money Laundering Coordinator here in the TCI. I've been in this role for just about 2.5 years, and actually my role came out of one of the sort of responses to the 2020 Mutual Evaluation Report. And I'm here to serve as the Secretariat to the Anti-Money Laundering Committee, which comprises all of the relevant competent authorities with some role for AML CFT here in TCI.
Okay, so you talked about a mutual evaluation. So for those of us, who are not so familiar with the mutual evaluation process, just tell us a little bit about what that is and why that's important for the Turks and Caicos.
Yeah, sure. So the mutual evaluation is the assessment of how well or to what extent a country implements the FATF standards. So the FATF is the global standard setter as it pertains to AML, CFT, CPF. I'm sorry for all of the acronyms. So there are the FATF 40 recommendations, and the countries are assessed. All countries globally are assessed on the extent to which they implement the 40 recommendations, and that's done via an assessment that lasts around 14 months. It covers technical compliance, the laws, regulations, institutional capacity, as well as effectiveness. And we will be focusing on effectiveness in this new round, the extent to which certain outcomes are attained by the proper implementation of those FATF standards.
So, Kerry, thank you for that. But I'm going to pick up on one thing that you mentioned. You talk about this emphasis on effectiveness. So in the context of today's discussion on this theme of modern resilience, strengthening supervision, cybersecurity, and business continuity, there may not be for most persons, that obvious nexus to anti-money laundering and, but help us to understand why this conversation, why AML is such a critical part of that.
Yeah. So I think globally, countries and rightly so, concerned with the extent to which a jurisdiction may be facilitating money laundering and terrorism financing. So an economy will not be resilient if the countries of the global community decide to take action against a jurisdiction for failing to comply with the FATF standards, for failing to appropriately implement those standards, and in thus doing, facilitate the perpetuation of serious criminal offenses, proceeds from very, very harmful crimes such as drug trafficking or terrorism financing, money, migrant smuggling, human trafficking, and all of the range of criminal activity that generates some proceeds would be stored, banked, passed through a jurisdiction, and it's something that the global community just will not stand for. And then they will take some form of sanctions or actions against that jurisdiction, which will impact investment and ratings in that country.
So clearly, this is a very, very important subject to be discussing in this forum, and this is certainly the time to do it. Kerry, thank you very much for attending our annual meeting. I look forward to your participation in the meeting. We look forward to hearing your views because they are so very well placed in this discussion. And again, just thank you for your time.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this pre-interview segment. We're about to get started with the meeting. So I will turn you over to our host, and I ask that you enjoy the meeting, again under the theme, Modern Resilience, Strengthening Supervision, Cybersecurity and Business Continuity. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2026 Annual Industry Meeting. We are delighted to have you join us today, and thank you for your attendance. May I kindly ask everybody to take their seats as we are about to commence this morning proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct pleasure to introduce to you the host for this morning's proceedings. She is a respected leadership strategist, executive coach, accomplished speaker, entrepreneur, and a commissioner on the board of directors for the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission. Please help me in welcoming Mrs. Sheba Wilson. But before she takes to the podium, we invite you to learn a little bit more about Mrs. Wilson.
Sheba Wilson is a leadership strategist, executive coach, speaker, and entrepreneur dedicated to helping organizations and leaders build stronger cultures and unlock human potential. After a distinguished career spanning more than 16 years in executive leadership within the luxury hospitality sector, she transitioned into full-time entrepreneurship and now leads her work through Catalyst Consulting Limited and Sheba Wilson Training Limited. She specializes in strategic HR consulting, leadership development, executive coaching, and transformational learning experiences that equip leaders and teams to thrive in a rapidly evolving world of work. Sheba is an internationally certified trainer, speaker, and coach with Maxwell Leadership, an SPHR, that is, Senior Professional in Human Resource Certified Professional, an accredited DISC practitioner, and a best-selling author. She also serves as chair of the Board of Governors of the Turks and Caicos Islands Community College and as a Global Advisory Board member for the World Business Summit, contributing to conversations and initiatives that shape leadership and business on a global scale. Known for her authentic approach and people-centered philosophy, Sheba's work spans the corporate, government, and nonprofit sectors, helping leaders lead with greater purpose, greater impact, and intention.
Good morning once again. Okay. Her Excellency, the Governor Delaney Daniel Salvaratnam, the Honorable Erwin J. Saunders, Minister of Innovation, Technology, and Energy, the Honorable Rhonda Lee Brathwaite Knowles, our Attorney General, Chairman of the Financial Services Commission, Jeffrey Scott, our Acting Managing Director, Kenesha Backus, Commissioners of the Financial Services Commission, Permanent Secretaries of the Turks and Caicos Islands Government, executives of the Financial Services Commission, as well as team members present, our guest speaker, Flora Ann Massey, and other invited speakers, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Financial Services Commission, it's my pleasure to welcome you to our 2026 annual industry meeting. I want to thank you for joining us in your capacities as regulators, policy makers, financial institutions, business leaders, and industry professionals as we come together to discuss important issues facing our financial sector. Our theme this year is Modern Resilience, Strengthening Supervision, Cybersecurity, and Business Continuity. Throughout today's program, we will examine how we strengthen our regulatory framework while embracing innovation, protecting our institutions, and preparing for the future of financial services. We appreciate your presence and your commitment to helping build a stronger, more resilient financial services sector for the Turks and Caicos Islands. Before we begin, I would like to welcome our Acting Managing Director to give the official welcome to this proceeding.
Mrs. Kenesha Backus is Acting Managing Director of the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission and a seasoned attorney at law with over 20 years' experience in financial regulation, AML-CFT supervision, and public sector governance. She currently leads the Commission's strategic and operational agenda, advancing risk-based supervision, digital transformation, and regulatory innovation aligned with international standards. Known for her thoughtful and collaborative leadership style, Ms. Backus has played a central role in strengthening regulatory frameworks, supporting legislative reform, and enhancing institutional resilience within the Turks and Caicos Islands. A recognized expert in AML-CFT, she has also contributed to regional and international regulatory initiatives, including engagements with global standard-setting and assessment bodies. Mrs. Backus has served as an elected member of the Bar Council for 3 consecutive terms. She is a chartered director, a Chevening Scholar, and fellow of the International Compliance Association. With a strong commitment to strengthening financial systems, building capable institutions, and contributing to informed, forward-looking regulatory dialogue across the Caribbean and internationally.
Good morning, and accepting the protocol that has so ably been established, it is truly my pleasure to stand this morning and just welcome you to this annual industry meeting with the TCI Financial Services Commission. It is always good when we come together to demonstrate that we are working in partnership and collaboratively. Now, the theme of the meeting is very timely. It reflects the strength of our industry, but it's also forward-looking in terms of recognizing that there is more work ahead for us to do. And in that, we of course invite you to join us in ensuring that we do the work needed to position the TCI as a very effective regulated jurisdiction, but also a jurisdiction that invites the right type of persons in to conduct business within the financial services sector. So we want to ensure that we have sustainable products that are well regulated, that we protect our consumers, and that all of it results in something that we as Turks and Caicos Islanders and residents of the Turks and Caicos Islands can all be proud of. So it is a pleasure to welcome all of you. Today we are going to have a lot of thoughtful discussions, and we invite you to join us, to partner with us, to challenge us, because in so doing, we are going to ensure that the industry is improving. And so, welcome everyone. It's good to see you, and I'm looking forward to the discussion that we're going to be having today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Backus. In all things, we're admonished to give thanks unto God. And so at this time, I'm going to invite Eddie Laurent, our accounts officer within the FSC, to lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Good morning. Can we please rise onto our feet? Please bow your heads and close your eyes while I lead us in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord God Almighty, for making this gathering possible. We thank you, Father God, for bringing us here safely, Lord. Father God, we commit this meeting into your hands. We commit our speakers into your hands, Father God. We ask that you give them grace, mighty God, to minister to us with understanding, Lord, and knowledge and wisdom. Father, once again, we thank you and pray for those who are still making their way onto here. Father God, we commit the rest of the year into your hands, mighty God. We commit the leaders of the Turks and Caicos into your hands. We commit the leaders of the FSC into your hands. Father God, may your will be done. We pray for the peace of God that surpasses all understanding, mighty God, to be with us here today. In Jesus' mighty name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. I'm going to ask you to please remain standing as we honor our country with the national anthem, followed by the national song, and leading us in that this morning is Mr. Moen Cox of the FSC. You may be seated. Thank you, Mohan Cox, for that beautiful rendition of our national anthem and national song. At this time, I'm going to invite our chairman of the Financial Services Commission, Mr. Jeffrey Jeff Scott, to the podium to bring remarks.
Mr. Jeffrey Scott has over 35 years' experience in the financial services industry, including leadership roles in risk management, business development, and client relationship management. He assumed progressively senior positions as a commercial banker with leading Canadian banks and transitioned to Barbados in 2012 as the Chief Risk Officer at a leading Caribbean commercial bank. Subsequently, Jeff was Chief Executive Officer at Barbados's leading composite insurance company. Most recently, Jeff was Chief Executive Officer of the Bermuda Bankers Association, where he represented the banking industry with advocacy, education, and communications aimed at a range of stakeholders. Jeff has a Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Toronto, a Master's of Business Administration degree from McGill University and Manchester Business School, and is a Chartered Director accredited by the Caribbean Governance Training Institute. Jeff is Chair of the Board of Commissioners of the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission and Vice Chair of the Board of Directors of National Commercial Bank of Anguilla. He also serves on the boards of several reinsurance and wealth management firms across the Caribbean. He is a volunteer director of Pocket Change BDA, which is a nonprofit Bermudian organization promoting financial literacy for youths and young adults. Jeff is a past director of the Royal Conservatory of Music in Toronto from the year 2007 to 2012, where he also served on the finance and governance committees of the board. Jeff and his wife Nicole are the proud parents of a teenage daughter named Karen.
Good morning. Okay, I'm going to see if I can make that work at that height. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. That was a good introduction. It could have been something I wrote myself, and I appreciate the reading. I would like to officially welcome you on behalf of the Board of Commissioners of the Financial Services Commission. To those of you who were joining us last night at our cocktail reception, great to see you again. I think we had a really successful evening, and I'm looking forward to the more formal part of our discussions today. So I'm delighted to see, and the board is delighted to see, representatives from across the financial services sector. Your participation underscores the importance of partnership between regulators and industry stakeholders in safeguarding the strength, the integrity, and the reputation of our financial system here in Turks and Caicos Islands. Our theme this year, as Kenesha mentioned, modern resilience, strengthening supervision, cybersecurity, and business continuity, is timely and relevant. The financial services landscape continues to evolve at an unprecedented rate, presenting new opportunities but also new challenges. Technological advancement, increasing cyber threats, heightened expectations around operational resilience demand that we are all vigilant, adaptable, and forward-thinking. And I think resilience is no longer simply about recovering after a disruption. It's about building strong institutions, robust systems, effective governance frameworks that allow us to withstand challenges, protect consumers and investors, and maintain confidence in our financial sector. As regulators and industry participants, we share a collective responsibility to ensure that those foundations remain strong. So today's meeting provides an excellent opportunity to exchange perspectives, to learn from our shared experience, to explore practical approaches to strengthening our supervisory frameworks, our cybersecurity defenses, and our business continuity capabilities. Through continued collaboration, we can ensure that the Turks and Caicos Islands remains a well-regulated, trusted, and resilient financial services jurisdiction. So once again, on behalf of our Board of Commissioners, I wish you a productive and engaging meeting today, and I trust that our discussions will provide valuable insights as we work together to strengthen the resilience of our sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, for your remarks. If you're following along in your program, you would notice that there is a message from the Premier. I apologize that he is not with us this morning, so we will move on in the program. But before we do, I'm going to kindly ask for each of you to double check your telephones and ensure that they are on silent. At this time, I'm going to invite Her Excellency, the Governor, to join us at the podium to bring her remarks.
Good morning. Please be seated. Acknowledging the protocol established, I would like to particularly acknowledge my Cabinet colleagues, the commissioners of the board, the team of the FSC, who I know have been incredibly diligent in putting on this event here today, and to all of you across all sectors who are joining us for what I think is going to be a very productive and insightful day. It is a pleasure to join you as for this annual industry meeting under the theme Modern Resilience, Strengthening Supervision, Cybersecurity and Business Continuity. Resilience in today's financial system is no longer just about stability or continuity. It is about adaptability, credibility, and the ability to operate confidently in an increasingly complex global environment. Financial services are being reshaped by structural changes that are both rapid and enduring. Advances in artificial intelligence are transforming supervision, transaction monitoring, and fraud detection. The growth of virtual assets and tokenized finance is creating new channels for investment while introducing unfamiliar risk profiles. At the same time, cyber risk has become a core operational and governance issue with implications that extend well beyond the technology function. These are not isolated developments. They are interconnected shifts that are changing how financial systems function, how risks emerge, and how regulators and institutions respond. For the Turks and Caicos Islands, this matters. As a jurisdiction, we are integrated into regional and international financial systems where expectations are clear, systems must be effective, risk-aware, and capable of responding in practice not only in principle. That places a premium on the quality of our regulatory framework, and just as importantly, how it is applied. Reputation remains central. It is built not only on the presence of laws and policies, but on consistency of supervision, clarity of requirements, and evidence of effective enforcement. International partners increasingly look at outcomes, whether risks are identified early, whether institutions respond appropriately, and whether regulators act with timeliness and judgment. In that context, the work currently underway by the Financial Services Commission is both necessary and well-directed. The focus on strengthened AML-CFT frameworks, risk-based supervision, registry performance, and preparations for the CFATF mutual evaluation reflects a clear understanding of where scrutiny will be applied. While legislative progress has been notable over the past year, it is equally important that this translates into the daily experience of regulation. Without that shift, there is a risk that familiar frustrations around process and responsiveness continue to persist. Equally, engagement on virtual assets, credit unions, and development in lending policy signals that regulatory perimeter is evolving alongside the market. The next phase is about embedding effectiveness. The question the market and external assessors will ask is straightforward. Do the systems operate as intended, and do they deliver consistent outcomes? This is particularly relevant in the context of AML-CFT, where the emphasis is now firmly on effectiveness. It is not enough to demonstrate compliance on paper. Jurisdictions must show that controls are proportionate, intelligence-led, and delivering results in practice. As Christine Lagarde has observed, regulation and supervision are not meant to hold back innovation, but to keep risks under control so that innovation can thrive safely. That balance is especially important for a jurisdiction such as ours. Financial services will continue to evolve. Technology will lower barriers, accelerate transactions, and create new opportunities. The role of the regulator, therefore, is not only to manage risk, but to provide a clear and credible framework within which that legitimate activity can operate with confidence. Which brings us to competitiveness. A well-functioning financial centre is characterised not only by strong safeguards, but by clarity, predictability, and efficiency. Processes that are proportionate and timely support investment and growth. In a modern regulatory environment, ease of doing business and effective supervision go hand in hand. The focus must be on intelligence risk-based data, not volume for its own sake. Otherwise, there is a risk of regulatory false confidence, where extensive spreadsheet returns suggest control, but do not in themselves improve supervisory insight or outcomes. In the modern financial system, credibility attracts trust, but efficiency attracts business. Both are required. For the Financial Services Commission, this reinforces the importance of being clear in expectations, consistent in supervision, and open to engagement as the market evolves. Innovation, whether in fintech, payment systems, or asset structures, must be carefully assessed, but also properly understood. For industry, there is an equally important responsibility to maintain strong governance, effective compliance, and a clear commitment to transparency. And on resilience, in practical terms, resilience means systems that function under stress, institutions that can manage disruption, and regulators that can respond with confidence to emerging risks. It also means identifying vulnerabilities early, whether through cyber risk, illicit finance, or weaknesses in governance, and addressing them with discipline. This requires capability, coordination, and sound judgment. The Turks and Caicos Islands cannot afford to be passive in this environment. The jurisdiction must remain agile, credible, and competitive, with a regulatory approach that reflects both international standards and the realities of a changing market. The Financial Services Commission has a central role in that effort, not only in maintaining safeguards, but in shaping an environment that supports sustainable growth. There is also a shared responsibility with industry in positioning the Turks and Caicos Islands as a credible and competitive jurisdiction. While the regulator is not a promoter, it plays a critical role in those efforts by providing clarity, consistency, and confidence in how the regulatory framework operates in practice. As we look ahead, the priority is clear: to continue strengthening a financial services sector that is well regulated, operationally sound, and efficient in practice. That is how confidence is sustained. That is how competitiveness is maintained. And that is how long-term value is secured for the Turks and Caicos Islands. Thank you. I wish you a successful Industry Day.
Thank you, Her Excellency, for your remarks, which remind us that resilience is not simply about responding to disruption, it's about preparing for it. At this time, I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the audio biography of our guest speaker, Flora Ann Massey, after which she'll join us at the podium for her presentation.
Flora Ann Massey is Senior Counselor in the OECD Directorate for Financial and Enterprise Affairs, serving as the OECD, G20, and G7 Deputy on Finance and the APEC Deputy on Finance. She is also the OECD Head of Delegation to the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, the G20 International Financial Architecture Working Group, and the G20 Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion. Ms. Massey joined the OECD in June 2000 to develop activities for the Insurance and Private Pensions Committee. After several years working on financial markets, pensions, and insurance policy, she initiated and led the OECD's work on financial inclusion, financial literacy, and consumer protection. Her responsibilities have included stewardship of the OECD International Network on Financial Education, coordination of the PISA financial literacy exercises, support to the G20 and OECD Task Force on Financial Consumer Protection, and secretariat duties for FinCoNet. From 2016, she headed successively the Insurance, Private Pensions, and Financial Markets Division and the Consumer Finance, Insurance, and Pensions Division. Before joining the OECD, Ms. Massey worked as a consultant and auditor for banks and insurance companies at Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu. She holds a degree from the Institute of Political Studies, Paris, and a master's degree in international economics from the University of Paris, Panthéon-Sorbonne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our guest speaker, Flora Ann Massey.
Bonjour. And don't worry, I will continue in English. But I just thought, why not? Yeah, I'm actually French, and thank you for the very nice introduction and the maybe too long bio. Sorry about that. Just to say that indeed I have several hats. I've been really working on finance, insurance, and pension and investment infrastructure for a very long time. Now my work is more to represent my organization, the OECD, in the G20, in the G7, and the APEC, which are the economies around the Pacific. And why I'm telling you that is because in all those fora, we are dealing with those issues. So I think the theme of your conference is absolutely perfect because it really fits with what the global world is currently thinking about. And to also share something with you, so my presentation is going to be about AI. I don't think I need that. I've been speaking about AI in, I think, 10 different fora now. And also, you can look at it from so many angles. So I've picked the one that seems to fit with the theme, but I was really struck by actually the opening remark of you, Governor, about the fact that regulation and supervision is about managing risk, not preventing innovation. And I met Christine Lagarde a number of times, and she would say that. But I would say at the same time, what is really important to keep in mind is that we are regulating and supervising market also for market players, but ultimately for consumers. And what we want is good outcome for them out of AI. And AI, we think at the OECD, has great potential, but also obviously some risk that we need to manage. And there is what is core to all of this is trust. And I think I will try to speak to that. Of course, my slides are too long, because at OECD, people like to give me slides that are always too long. So don't worry, I'll be quick on some of them, and I'm happy to take any question. And by the way, I was told at yesterday's cocktail that it should be interactive. So if you want to interrupt me just because you're tired of my voice and French accent, just do it, raise your hand. I'll be happy to answer any question. Okay, let's move on. So what I thought I would do in terms of key messages is just give you a little bit of what the OECD inside our AI. Again, I had to narrow down some of the topic. I'm very big on consumer protection, financial literacy. I won't speak a lot about that today, although I was really glad to hear that Jeff was involved in that in Toronto. Of course, we know that AI is improving efficiency. I would like to speak about competition, which I think is key. And of course, our work is about identifying what are the issues with AI, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and mostly try to offer some solution. So I will also speak to the fact that within our survey, we see that AI regulation is actually happening, but it's quite uneven across countries, and also the regulation largely differs. So as I said, I was speaking in China about AI, now I'm speaking here, I've been speaking in the US, and then in Europe, and there you go, a completely different, kind of framework, and this is creating some of the issue we are seeing. And speaking as an island, of course, you need to collaborate across the board, and this is something that we need to keep in mind. Regulation is there, is probably already good in some cases, not perhaps good enough with the advance of AI, which is moving very, very fast, but it is there. The real challenge is quite often supervision, as I will be talking to, and how to translate good regulation or regulation that is evolving into actual compliance and practicalities. And the fact that, of course, supervisors need new capabilities, and it's not done in one day. It needs investment. I will be focusing a lot on governance towards the end, because I think this is the key of the matter, and this is where the OECD has been working a lot. We have AI principles that we developed a while back and realized we needed to update them because the market was going too fast. And then I'll say a few words about Agentic AI, which is, well, the next frontier, but probably not the last. Let's see. I'll try to be quick because these are my key messages, so then I can run through the presentation as we move on. So a few insight about what the OECD is doing on AI in finance. And here, as I said, we love reports. I'm sorry, some of them are very lengthy, so if some of you have really problems sleeping at night, you'll see plenty of them with CodeBar. Now, more seriously, we've worked on AI, machine learning, big data, generative AI and finance, regulatory approach in AI, and our next step is really to work on supervision, because this is where we see the challenge for your conference here, but more generally across the world. And then, of course, we've been involved in G20, so you've referenced to a roundtable that we organized with South Africa during the G20 presidency, and mostly you have the document. We are also doing some regional reports, and they are capital market reports, but they deal a lot with AI. And this is where I think it's interesting, because I said regulation for AI is happening. It's quite good, but the way it's dealt with in different regions of the world is really still very different, which is generating some issues. So we've done some work in Asia, where actually innovation is going so fast, coming from China and this part of the world. I mean, I was amazed by the level of investment. Of course, how they deal with data. Ethics is a completely different story than coming from a European perspective, but I think it's important to keep in mind that the landscape is still varied there. And then we are also doing some work in Africa, and these are a few examples. And here I want to just emphasize, because I said I wouldn't speak a lot about consumer protection and financial literacy, but we all know that AI is actually helping with financial inclusion for a large part of the world. And this is really like the positive side. We know that people can get credit that they couldn't in the past because they don't have the collaterals. Of course, there are also biases to that, but really important for part of the world that this is happening, and we see the impact as long as the infrastructure is actually good and in place. I'm not sure you're really interested in the Italian market, but I think it's a good example of a European country that is trying to simplify regulation on AI in accordance with EU rules in order to make sure that innovation is happening and AI development is happening in Europe. Because believe it or not, but AI deployment in Europe is much slower for now than in the US for sure, or in China for sure, because regulation has been quite a lot. So now the whole goal is to simplify regulation in order for innovation to thrive while still protecting consumers and also not making sure that there are not too many biases. So, I mean, it's about Italy, but it's quite interesting as an example of how to make sure that regulation is actually helping innovation and protecting consumers. Where I want to focus is, of course, on supervision. So we have actually another report, I'm pleased to say. I'm not sure if I'm pleased, but this is what we do. And so what is the report about? It is actually moving from, okay, we have a lot of work on regulation. We're saying it is there, it's sort of working, but supervision is the issue. So the objective is really to analyze current supervisory approaches, to examine the reported challenges that we see in a number of jurisdictions that go beyond OECD. By the way, for those who don't know what the OECD is, which is absolutely fine, it's, well, the Organization for Economic and Cooperation Development, but it's 38 countries. At the same time, we work like more widely. We have global forum that include many, many more countries. And when we do this type of exercise, we include as many countries as possible. So of course, being in Turkey and Caicos Island, very pleased for you to participate in future exercises like that if you're interested. Anyway, we're discussing supervisory approaches and looking at practices that support innovation. So this is a little bit of the response to the survey. I won't go to all of the details, and this is where my staff are perhaps have been too enthusiastic about how much I could say in 20 minutes, but that's okay. As I mentioned at the beginning, what is important to keep in mind is that we have surveyed 49 jurisdictions, and we are looking at the fact that whether regulation is appropriate or not. Actually, there are rules in all of those jurisdictions, either pre-existing rules, or as I mentioned for Europe, rules that are being revised because of the realization that AI deployment will need some simplification, or they are quite often actually even the industry building up some guidance. So this is really like happening. It's not like we're not living in the absence of regulation. Having said that, there are some issues with compliance requirements, safety and soundness of standards, clarity about the regulation, and so far the idea has been that things should be technically neutral. Principle-based, proportional, I would agree with that. The technology neutral may have to be challenged in the future with AI deployment, AI agentic, and other things, but I'll discuss this later. So translating regulation into effective oversight is really the challenge, as we mentioned. Regulators quite often, set of rules, and then for supervisor to implement that, it is not easy. I think one of the things we all know is AI is cross-cutting. So it's not only finance, and who is actually supervising what is not always obvious within a country, not to mention across countries. So this is really one of the issues that we see. And because AI is moving so fast with the industry, it's even more difficult because supervisors are like, my legal mandate is only that. So what do I do with those entities that are actually not regulated or supervised by me? And this is where coordination, and that's good that you're all there, the industry and also the FSC, sorry, and the central bank and all the others, because unless coordination is happening, and we are not even speaking about cybersecurity, quite often, of course, you also need agency dealing with security. So that's really something that I think is underestimated. And I speak to a lot of policymakers, and quite often it's a bit frustrating, the discussion in the room, if I may say so, because the answer is like, oh, but it's not in my legal mandate. Yes, but it's still happening. So how do we deal with that together? I think if I want to really make sure that you keep one idea in mind is really that it's really good what you're doing to be together and continue the discussion beyond those walls and beyond this room, because this is, I think, one of the difficulties that we will continue having. Now, again, some other challenges I think I can pass on quite quickly. I want to delve a little bit more into some of the challenges in supervision. So sometimes we think another new innovation, like we had the internet. I remember, I mean, I can guess my age now, but that's okay. Everybody was afraid of internet and everything, and of course, now we cannot live without, you know, Google and all that. So what's the difference with AI? Is there anything different in AI? I'm a group also in the G7. It's a group of policymakers, G7 countries, plus the industry. So they also created and we were all like, okay, is there something different, or is it just simply a new innovation? I think there is something different, and there will be something even more different as we move on. It's really challenging us as human beings. Doesn't mean we are not part of it, but still. The first one is speed. Complexity, well, this is not necessarily that new. I mean, we've seen other type of innovation that provide the speed and the complexity. I think the new is the opacity of the model and what we do as supervisors and policymakers, and the autonomy of more and more of the models that are actually in existence in AI. And I think that's really one of the key features. Now, whether we can explain what's happening and about the outcome, transparency and fairness is really key for a market and a financial system that is well functioning, because it goes not only for consumers, but also, frankly, for market players. Now, there are issues around model risk management, model validation, compliance assessment, and how to do that as supervisor. This is really not something that's easy with AI and extremely complex. And then, of course, that governance and data. And I'll come back on governance. On data, I will just say for now, as you know, I mean, the outcome is as good as the data is, and quite often we don't necessarily know where the data is coming from. So that's another issue. So do we need additional guidance in terms of supervision and clarification in order to make AI deployment work, that is to say, to manage the risk? Perhaps a little bit. I'm not for additional regulation, you'll be surprised. I'm all for well-functioning market, but sometimes the market are failing, especially, I would say, in terms of competition. So I think it's important for supervisors to be able to provide additional guidance and clarification into what is ultimately their role. Providing legal certainty for the firm is absolutely key in order to increase investment and deployment of AI, and I think that's really something that we should keep in mind. And then I think, again, as we started, or as I started and you, Governor, started, I think the important is the outcome. So we are really there to provide guidance on what we're expecting as an outcome out of AI development. Now, very, very important, I think what I've learned working on AI for the, last years is nothing is going to happen well unless the public and the private sector is actually coordinating and speaking to each other. And I think this is where we can make AI deployment safe, trustworthy, understandable, both on the market side and on the consumer side. I think it's really one of the key points, and this is where I see some of the best practices around the world is, okay, regulators, they are quite often afraid of innovation, especially in my continent. Not everywhere else, but in my continent, that's the case. Well, a way around it is to just work with the industry closely. And we see, for example, the UK is quite often more advanced in actually working with the industry. They've done that very, very well with the FCA AI live testing. So it's really working with the industry to see what are the new models, what are the outcomes, what we consider a good outcome for the consumer. Of course, there are a range of sandboxes. I mean, in Asia, it's all over the place. It's also working very well. The idea is really to assess not necessarily what the model is about, but the kind of data I get, the kind of outcomes, is it fair, transparent enough for this to work for consumers? And also Japan and Korea actually also moving quite fast in this area. So again, with the idea of a collaboration between public and private actors. I said that at the beginning, and Governor, you said that what AI supervision needs is capacity of supervisors to have the skills, not necessarily the skills to understand every single bit of the model, how it's working, but at least understand what it is about, and investment in building the capacities and what to build exactly will be really, really key now and in the future. And I would say the investment in those capacities need to accelerate very fast because the industry will always go faster. And again, the collaboration with them means that you can also learn from each other. So I mean, it's kind of win-win. Let me move on. So this is where I was a bit challenging. So far, regulation has been about technical neutrality, which I would agree with as a principle. But at the same time, we need perhaps to push a little bit more flexibility and adaptability when it comes to AI model, because AI models are ambiguous. Some clarification and interpretation are needed in order for policies to be operationalized. And in the future, supervisors may be compelled to delve into text-specific methodology, so going further than, just understanding the threat of it. So it's really important to assist supervisors in balancing innovation, and that's something that we need to keep in mind, that just thinking the rules are tech neutral is not going to cut it in the future, very likely, especially with the development that we see. Now, the next frontier, Agentic AI, I won't say a lot about it. Of course, we know that generative AI so far are mainly assisting humans by producing content or recommendation. I love my friend ChatGPT myself, or Claude, or whoever. But Agentic AI, of course, is a different animal. It really represents the next step. It's a system increasingly able to plan, actually make decisions, coordinate multiple tools, and even execute tasks with limited human intervention. And the limited human intervention is probably the issue. So, of course, it means increased efficiency for the financial sector, but also is raising a number of questions on what's the appropriate human oversight on this. How do we audit, actually, the decisions that are being made by AI agents? Who remains accountable in the end? And I'm sure during the panel we'll actually respond to those questions. I have my own answers to it. I'm just challenging you. How to ensure that governance framework evolve alongside new capabilities. In the end, AI reinforces the need for regulation to really insist on very, very, very good governance. And I'm sure we'll talk about this during the panel. Now, a few words about governance, OECD AI principle, and then I'll finish off here, I promise. So yeah, this is always, they always like these slides with multiple things, but in the interest of time, I need to go back. So AI in finance, risk and challenge. So the OECD took AI at heart for a very long time, as I said. So those principles are from 2019. At the time, they became G20 principles, were adopted by a number of jurisdictions, and they are meant to be simple, but look at all the dimensions of AI, which also apply to the financial sector. So they are not meant to be only financial sector, and I think that's quite interesting, because as we discussed, the problem with AI is that it's across the board. It's not only finance. Of course, it affects the financial sector, but it's not only that. So first, the principle is looking at bias, discrimination, unfair outcomes, and proposing some solution not to do that. Lack of explainability, we know that's an issue, and also, how models are generated. Data-related risk, I mentioned this, so I'm not going to go back to that. Models are robust, reliable in terms of output for consumers. Quite often, the governance issue is because of the use of third party, and the dependency on third party is one issue that we need to really, really discuss. Then we speak about risk and resilience. So financial stability is, of course, something we are concerned about. And here, I'd like to say something about market concentration. So the issue is, of course, the number of AI models and the number of companies that we are all relying on are too few. Hence, the importance of investing more collectively, I would say, and also the collaboration between the industry, but also across countries is really important if we want to make a difference. This is the point on competition, and then there are other risks that I'm not going to touch upon. So we reviewed, of course, the principle in 2024, realizing that, this area was moving. So now we have 5 values, which are just like, how do you think about AI and what are the values you need to think about as a policymaker? Inclusive growth, sustainable development, and well-being, very important. Respect of the rule of law, human rights, transparency and explainability, robustness, security and safety, and accessibility. And then the other side of the principle, so they're meant to be very short actually, is just a few guidance on how to do that. So the investment, as I mentioned, in AI research and development is key. Fostering an inclusive AI-enabling ecosystem, shaping and enabling interoperable governance and policy environment for AI. This is a mouthful for me, but that really means trying to make sure that you can collaborate with your neighbors and that within the country, the framework makes sense. Building human capacity, and then again and again, international collaboration. Of course, the OECD is about that, so I was not about to say that it's not useful. Okay, again, if you want to learn more, you're welcome to have a look at those links. And with that, and other toolkits, of course, I'll thank you very much.
Thank you, Flor, for an insightful presentation that challenged us to think differently about resilience, innovation, and international collaboration. We're going to now move into our first panel discussion.
The Honorable E.J. Saunders is the Minister of Innovation, Technology and Energy, and the former Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance, Investment and Trade of the Turks and Caicos Islands. As the Minister responsible for Innovation and Technology, Honorable Saunders is tasked with transforming the Turks and Caicos Islands government into a 24/7 government and helping it improve customer service and essentially become a high-performance government. Honorable Saunders' ministry consists of the Department of Information, Communications, and E-Government, Customer and Government Information Services, Radio Turks and Caicos, and the Energy and Utilities Department. During Honorable Saunders' tenure as Minister of Finance, Investment and Trade, from August 2021 to March 2024, the Turks and Caicos Islands saw a significant uptick in annual revenues, reaching a record US $413.2 million in financial year 2022 to 2023. This achievement marked the very first time the country's revenues surpassed the 400 million milestone. Honorable Saunders' impact has also been felt in the health sector. From February 2021 to July 2021, he served as the Minister of Health and Human Services. His leadership was instrumental in the Turks and Caicos Islands government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Under his leadership, active COVID-19 cases fell from over 400 to 0, which led to the United States Center for Disease Control adjusting its risk rating of the islands from level 4, which is the highest, to a level 1, which is the lowest. Backed by a strong background in computer science and artificial intelligence, Honorable Saunders has made substantial contributions in the area of technology. Honorable Saunders is the founder of DSS, the developer of SafetyNet.ai, an AI platform that aids financial organizations in complying with anti-money laundering and know your client rules and regulations. In 2005, Honorable Saunders co-founded Digicel TCI, a mobile telecommunications company that forms part of Digicel's network in the Caribbean and South America. As its founding CEO from 2006 to 2014, Honorable Saunders took Digicel TCI from 0% market share to over 50% market share in a 3-player market. Carol A. Lawrence is Deputy Director of the Financial Intelligence Agency of the Turks and Caicos Islands, overseeing receipt, analysis, and dissemination of confidential disclosures from suspicious activity and transaction reports related to money laundering, terrorist financing, and associated crimes. She manages analytical processes to ensure accuracy and participates in anti-money laundering committee working groups on terrorist financing, financial crime, regulatory supervision, virtual assets, and sanctions matters. Previously, Carol contributed to Dominica's National Risk Assessment for the 4th round mutual evaluation, leading the Financial Inclusion Working Group. A senior risk professional with over 25 years in banking, she has held executive risk and compliance roles, developing enterprise risk frameworks, business continuity and information security programs, and delivering AML CFT training. Carol holds the Chartered Banker designation, a Master of Business Administration in Financial Crime and Compliance, a Financial Intelligence Specialist qualification from Bangor University, and CAMS certification. She is a member of Nature Isle Toastmasters. Mr. Louis Caesar is the Compliance Manager and Money Laundering Reporting Officer at WB Financial Group. He is responsible for AML CFT compliance, governance, and regulatory engagement across multiple regulated sectors. With over 20 years' experience across financial services, telecoms, and media, he applies a practical, multidisciplinary approach to risk management and organizational integrity. A professional member of the ICA, Louis holds an international diploma in governance, risk, and compliance, awarded in association with Alliance Manchester Business School, and is completing a Bachelor of Laws with honors with a leading UK provider of legal education in order to broaden his regulatory and legal expertise. He specializes in designing proportionate, technology-enabled compliance frameworks that are tailored to small, globally connected jurisdictions. Mrs. Crystal Almonte is the Corporate and Compliance Manager at Coriet's HMSA, a global network of independent firms offering jurisdiction-agnostic wealth structuring. Based in the Turks and Caicos Islands since 2014, Crystal joined Coriat's HMSA in 2025, bringing more than 20 years' experience in audit and compliance across both the public and private sectors. In her dual role, she oversees the statutory and operational integrity of corporate entities and leads the firm's compliance functions, managing client onboarding to ensure strict adherence to anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing standards and international regulatory requirements. Crystal holds a Bachelor of Science in Accounting from the University of the West Indies and a Master of Business Administration from Heriot-Watt University. Her measured and purposeful approach ensures Coriat's HMSA's clients, from high net worth international families to entrepreneurs, receive consistent, high quality service that balances robust wealth structuring with uncompromising regulatory integrity. Mr. Tamiko Smith is the Director of the Anti-Money Laundering Supervision Department at the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission. He brings over 21 years' experience in both the private and public sectors. Having qualified in law and worked as a trust and estates practitioner and compliance professional before moving into financial services regulation. Mr. Smith has been instrumental in strengthening the Turks and Caicos Islands AML CFT-CFP framework, leading supervision of financial institutions, designated non-financial businesses and professions, and non-profit organizations. He holds qualifications in law, international trust management, and AML CFT-CFP compliance, and is a certified anti-money laundering specialist and a CFATF-trained country assessor. He is also a member and former chairman of the Turks and Caicos Islands branch of the Society of Trust and Estate Practitioners.
Good morning, everyone. As always, it's a pleasure to be here amongst a crowd of esteemed and privileged people. And so we are looking for the presentation to be uploaded. So we want to be able to share with you our perspectives on artificial intelligence in the sector, the opportunities it presents for the Turks and Caicos Islands, and how we see the benefits that will follow from that development. So as I said, today's discussion is not really about artificial intelligence, but it is about financial integrity. AI is simply the tool for that purpose. The question is how institutions, financial intelligence agencies, and regulators such as the FSC, the Gaming Control Commission, can use data more effectively to detect risk earlier, to make better decisions, and strengthen AML CFT outcomes across the Turks and Caicos Islands. Now with me are a number of persons who represent various parts of our industry. We have in the private sector representatives. We have the Honorable Saunders from the public sector angle. We have the Financial Intelligence Agency represented by Carol Lawrence, who is the deputy. And so as we deliver the presentation, each of these representatives will help to share their views on the topic with you. And so from the Turks and Caicos Islands perspective, From the Turks and Caicos Islands perspective, moving on to the second slide, the AI adoption should not be viewed as a standalone technology initiative. It supports broader national objectives under Vision 2040, our AML CFT strategy, and international standards. This is ultimately about strengthening resilience, governance, and trust in the financial system. Before looking at solutions, it is useful to understand that each stakeholder faces different challenges. Although industry, the FIA, and regulators have different responsibilities, we are all trying to achieve the same outcome: better detection, better intelligence, better supervision, and ultimately stronger financial integrity. So let us begin with the industry perspective and the challenges financial institutions face, moving to the third slide of the presentation. So I will invite private sector, Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. This particular slide is making reference to some of the challenges that we face in the private sector. Obviously, from an industry perspective, institutions in the Turks and Caicos, and by far the wider Caribbean, the truth of the matter is we're still operating, using very manual processes. Systems are fragmented. It is what it is. We use one particular system to onboard, and then we have to type that information to another system. Obviously, the screening aspect of things is manual. 95% of alerts, according to industry standards, are false positives. So the effort is there. We're working. But the problem we're solving today is efficiency, consistency, and the ability to focus on risk rather than just the volume. So broadly, that is some of the challenges that we face here in the Turks and Caicos. I believe my colleague will add on to that
Forgive me, I cannot see this very tiny screen, so I'm going to use a big one. Now we're looking at the industry as a whole. A lot of people in here are very much aware that at the end of the day, believe it or not, we are still largely paper-based, correct? And that is a challenge for us. One of the major challenges we have is all these mountains of paper that we go through all the time. In terms of financial intelligence, we know that the FIA sometimes does not get all of the information that they need to process the work that they should be doing. We have STRs, we have SARs. In terms of the regulator, they are trying their best to support all of us, not just these few in front. All of us, the entire industry. So where are we? We need to detect financial crime, yes. We need to transform the data that we have into both intelligence and workable information. What can we do to progress our internal AML compliance? What can we do to make sure that everybody is on the same page? Not just even in the industry, even within your departments. You have departments working in silos. The information sometimes does not get across, and you can miss basic patterns. You can miss something in one department another department does not see. These things happen within in our companies, in the industry, and in the region. It's happening everywhere. And we need to look at strengthening the supervision, and I know Flora spoke about not wanting more regulation, but what we need is cohesive coordination. We need to have the FSC leading us, and us being able, as industry partners, all understanding these are the regulations. We have to be capable as partners to follow these along and make sure that we are in a place where we can be internationally competitive. And that is the direction that we're going in. So these are what we're looking at in terms of our shared objectives.
Thank you, Crystal, for that perspective. So as it has been indicated, the issues that are faced by the Turks and Caicos Islands with respect to the looming involvement of artificial intelligence in our work is not just something that the FSC is grappling with, but it's also something that private industry is grappling with, and other competent authorities are challenged by. And so one of the key players in this space who is able to speak to just the real benefits that artificial intelligence can do to help make all of our work a lot easier is Ms. Lawrence from the Financial Intelligence Agency. And so her presentation at this point will be about the large volumes of information, the fragmented data sources, increasing sophistication involving criminal networks, and limited analytical resources, all of which artificial intelligence can definitely bring some relief in that area. So I will invite Ms. Lawrence.
Okay, thank you, Director Smith. Thank you to the FSC for inviting me to this panel, and thank you to all our industry colleagues present this morning. Okay, so Director Smith, he went through some of the problems that we face as the financial intelligence agencies, as would be depicted on the slides. But for now, I will just focus on one which has to do with data collection. The FIU, our FIA and other FIUs, we have enormous amounts of volumes of data that we deal with on a daily basis. So where does that data come from? Crystal already said that they present us with suspicious transaction reports, and these are always accompanied by statements, bank statements, financial information on wire transfers and other banking transactions. We have access to corporate ownership records, currency transaction reports, social media information, and other information from open source intelligence, which we refer to as OSINT. And soon, as we know, in the Turks and Caicos Islands, we're looking at the regulatory framework for virtual assets, or VASPs. And with that, we expect that the volume of transactions that we deal with, it is going to grow exponentially. And it is almost humanly impossible for any analyst on the ground to review every piece of information effectively. We also have the issue where criminals are becoming more sophisticated, both in the methods they use and also in the networks that they operate from. The problem with that is that criminals, as we know, they use shell companies, virtual assets again, to conduct their crimes. They utilize money mules. On the other end, we have trade-based money laundering, which our partners at Customs would see more often. We have professional facilitators. Also, we have gatekeepers, such as persons in the accounting and law professions. There are AI fake IDs generated. And also, we have online payment platforms being utilized. We know fintech is also big, growing exponentially around the world. And also we have the criminals who take part in terrorist financing activities, also abusing Hawala systems as well as virtual assets to perpetrate their crimes. Now, traditionally, we have operated both in the financial sector and in FIUs using a traditional rule-based system, and we struggle to detect in a cohesive manner all these evolving methods. And therefore, it is time for us to embark on AI as we would be our vision coming from our 2040 goals. We have, if we look at the opening statement of our Honorable Premier for our Vision 2040 goals, we would see that he said one of his dreams is that for the Turks and Caicos Islands to become to have developed country status by 2040. And along with that, he also said that he would like to see every citizen of these islands have a remarkable standard of living. So the question is, from a financial agency perspective and a wider institutional level, how do we get there to achieve these Vision 2040 goals? We do have several national conditions, and I'll just name two briefly which follow these goals. One has to do with technology and innovation. The other has to do with The other has to do with national security. And when we marry technology and innovation and national security, it already begins to make us think of a roadmap towards what we should do to be solving our problems of AI as a financial intelligence agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. And so if the challenge that we have to deal with is operational efficiency on the part of the private sector, and then in terms of the FIU, it is transforming that information into useful intelligence. From the FSC standpoint, as one of the two regulators here in the Turks and Caicos Islands, our challenge is looking at information from a sectoral point of view. And so, as a lot of you are familiar, a lot of data comes to the FSC in the way of returns and other supervisory information that helps us in our supervisory planning and the types of engagement that we have with the various sectors. And one of the biggest areas of challenge for us is that we're operating with limited resources, limited human resources, and the need for us to be able to respond quickly to risks that we're seeing in the sector, issues that come up from time to time. And the resources that we currently have are not always able to allow us to respond quickly to those issues. And so artificial intelligence, as it is, we're already seeing the benefits of that in terms of being able to assess a whole slew of information across different sectors for us to be able to make informed decisions about the type of supervision we deliver to our licensees and registrants. And so from our point of view, AI is definitely an area where there is going to be continued effort for us to be able to leverage the benefits of that. And so thank my colleagues for their contribution on that particular topic. So on the issue of the practical AI value, I will turn to Louis to talk about how the sector is experiencing the practical value from AI in today's climate.
Sure. So we've talked about, the status quo. We've talked about the challenges that we're facing. We mentioned fragmented systems, siloed systems. Onboarding, at the onboarding level, we're typing the information into one system, and we have to transfer it into another. And at the search level, it's another situation there with manual processes. But now, if we're leveraging AI, what are the efficiency gains that we're going to see from it? Well, institutions that are using AI at this very moment are seeing those gains. At the onboarding level, there's computer vision AI models that can actually verify your client IDs, extract that information, and deposit into your CRM to make it easier for you to perform your searches on your clients. Second, at the screening level, you've got predictive models that can reduce your false positive significantly so that your agents, your analysts can focus on actual risk rather than just the noise. Obviously, there's generative AI that can summarize your adverse media alerts, sanctions. They have the ability to explain, confirm, rule out irrelevant matches for your review in connection with your client. So, and for beneficial ownership visibility, which is very important and key here for Turks and Caicos recently, there's analytical AI tools that can actually map complex structures, because obviously we deal with a lot of those, to be able to expose hidden relationships. That way you have full visibility on your client. It provides a holistic view of your client risk. And lastly, and I believe Christine mentioned it earlier, Agentic AI. And I'd like to think that that's the icing on the cake, because it has the ability to take action on your behalf based on set processes and protocols that you would have outlined. It can gather evidence, it could prepare case files. So at this point, it's clear that AI is producing massive gains to the efficiency of certain organizations. And the analogy that I like to use, to put it simply, is that AI is like your eyeglasses. It doesn't replace your eyes, right? But it helps you to see clearer and faster. So there's many gains, and it's just a matter of taking a good look at your operations and see what it is that you can adopt going forward to be resilient and progressive. I turn on to my colleague who will add to that.
Well said, Louis. What I want to add to that is that we're asking what is the value of AI. We need to remember we are the valuable ones. We are the ones who need to determine whether or not has this AI given me output that is accurate? Is it useful? Is it something that I'm actually going to apply to improve our business decisions? What are we doing with this AI result? And I can tell you personally, recently testing actual AI systems, we inserted the name of a very well-known PEP, and the AI didn't know. The AI did not know who the PEP was. And this was shocking because this was a massive PEP. So AI models are not perfect. And we as human beings need to be able to interpret. All compliance professionals in this room need to be able to sit down and say, okay, this is great work. This AI has presented me with this entire massive report. Can I now look at this, read it, and make sense of it? Am I going to make a decision to onboard a client based on what the AI has told me or based on what is true, based on what is real knowledge? And that is a major risk for all of us to, I know that one of the major factors here in terms of getting AI on, getting your businesses on board with AI is the cost. Additionally, following the cost is making sure, are we capable, are we ready to handle what the AI is giving us, and are we skilled, are our compliance professionals skilled enough to know, let's make this valuable enough for both of us. The AI is going to give us massive reports, but we need to be able to be smart enough, capable enough, read this report, understand what it says, is this true, how is this going to affect our end line?
And Carol, in terms of the range of capabilities of artificial intelligence, I'll look to you to speak to that.
Okay, so there are many, many ways we can utilize AI in financial intelligence, but I'll just go through a few. Of course, we would be familiar with machine learning, which detects hidden patterns, and for that we can apply to suspicious activity reporting, and I'll demonstrate in a little bit with examples from a few countries. We also have deep learning, which is a form of machine learning, but it analyzes more complex data and patterns, and it's able to decipher images, documents, and so on. We have the use of natural language processing, NLP for short, which is used for understanding the language in the bodies of text. And again, that can be applied for SAR analysis. We could go on also to what we describe as generative AI. Most of us would be familiar with that when we use platforms such as ChatGPT and so on. It is able to sift through data that exists and break it down in summaries and formats relevant to reporting. And then we have Graph AI, which can be used for depicting relationships within networks, especially as I described before, we have perpetrators in different jurisdictions doing cross-border transactions. So just to predict a little, let us look at the case of Italy. Italy is one country where the FIU has been very proactive in using fuzzy logic to construct AML indicators that were used for the benefit of DNFBPs. That's our designated non-bank financial institutions. Italy also used the natural language processing and also fuzzy logic to have a reduction in false positives, because we do get a lot of suspicious activity reports where there's no actionable outcome because they are false positives. Then we have the example of the FIU of Malta. And interestingly, Malta created an application using AI which would help the analysts to be able to reference very quickly policies and procedures that they would need to follow on a daily basis. So time would be cut because time would not be spent on researching individually those policies and procedures. Malta also looked at the complexities with cryptocurrencies, and we know last week in our session led by the FSC and the Anti-Money Laundering Committee, we saw how complex the transactions related to virtual assets can be. And what Malta was able to do was to break down these complex transactions into meaningful bits that was more easily understood by the financial intelligence analysts. And Malta also developed a machine learning solution to support pre-prioritization of suspicious activity reports and other submissions. Right now at our FIA here in the Turks and Caicos Islands, we do follow those procedures, but we are doing them manually. We appreciate the time spent on that, and we appreciate what Malta has done, which would save time and resources. If we look at Singapore, Singapore is a leader in terms, we call it a leader in terms of using AI at the Financial Intelligence Agency. They use a certain program called WINGS-X, which is able to comprehensively analyze data from multiple data sets, including some of those I would have spoken about before, including currency transaction reports and suspicion transaction reports. And it is able to make the link between potential investigative targets and possible proceeds of crime using this application. And we know that those of us, especially in the anti-money laundering committee, and those of us in the AML and compliance fields, we would know that cooperation and coordination is key in the work that we do, both with international partners and local competent authorities. In the case of Singapore, we saw that machine learning was used to produce spontaneous disclosures. Now, what are spontaneous disclosures? This would be if the FIA, for example, would get information, but it would not result in an investigation yet with the Financial Crimes Unit. We could still decide, just send them that information because one day it might be useful. They would put it on file. So that would be a spontaneous dissemination. What Singapore has done is create a tool or utilize a tool which would automatically search through all the data that they possess, coordinate that data, correlate it, compile it into a report, and automatically send or disseminate that information as a spontaneous dissemination to other FIUs around the world. Now, because it is completely automatic and it does not involve human intervention, it is not regarded as intelligence, but just as information. So in the FIU world, for it to be intelligence, this is still under discussion, we know with FATF, but for it to be regarded as intelligence, there needs to be that human touch where you can have analysis, context played, and decision making from a human point of view. So these are some of the examples of how FIUs around the world are able to use AI to improve their financial intelligence.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. So for the benefit of the audience, I had jumped through a few slides and moved straight to the priorities as the panel sees it for the next 2 to 3 years. And to give some relief to my panelists, I have decided to move to the last slide in the interest of time. And just inviting the private sector representatives just to speak to how they see the path forward, given the discussions we've had today.
Obviously, we're dealing with data. So moving forward, we want to ensure that our data quality is at the best level, because decisions has to be made on good data. So integration is important. Obviously, it's the single biggest enabler of reliable AI if your data is clean. So we need to improve that. Second is governance. We've talked about that earlier. Policies need to be put in place to ensure that the results of AI are explainable, they're defensible, they're transparent. It can't be because AI said so. We have to challenge the information. The AI platform I use, I call it my second wife. It's constantly apologizing to me because I'm constantly challenging some of the feedback that it gives to me. So it's very important that we have that in mind. And then when we think about adoption, it needs to be in proportion to our risk as a business. We have to analyze our operations, analyze our risk, and decide how we're going to adapt. And finally, I'd say start small, start safe. Focus on the cases that reduces manual work. It's important. We said that at the beginning. And finally, capacity building. AI will not replace teams. There's a lot of noise out there that AI is going to take your job. Fact is, it can augment our judgment. It doesn't replace. At the end of the day, accountability stays with humans. So it's important that we upskill our staff to understand that and ensure that they can use AI effectively in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Louis. So I think the message that we want to get through to the audience today is that AI is not simply the objective. The objective is better detection, better intelligence, better supervision, and stronger financial integrity outcomes. Those are the objectives that the presentation is meant to communicate to you. And so now that the presentation has come to an end, I will turn it over to Honorable E.J. Saunders to discuss the rest of the way.
Thank you. I figured that you guys probably thought I was just up here to be a pretty face. I can see the worries on their face. But I actually have a few questions for the panel, but before I go into that, I want you to know that as Minister of Innovation, Technology, and Energy, my background is actually AI. I've been using it for a while, and it's gotten to know me pretty well just from things that it's read on the internet. And it understands that I have a brand, and that my brand is E.J. Saunders, and it's E.J.A.Y. Saunders. And the reason why I brought that up is because human beings can't seem to get that straight. You know, the host this morning came up, Sheba Wilson, and then went right back there and broke the brand guidelines. So the AI understands the brand guidelines right away, and but I think I'm going to have to send it to you so you can understand that there is a brand guideline. So again, that's E period space capital J lowercase a-y. But that I see Mr. Fulford over there smiling. He's thinking that he's going to adopt that. But getting to the questions though. And this is going to be, I have 3 questions for all of the panelists, and so we could skip through them. But just for the public consumption of the audience, and I know that you might have touched on it, what are the problems that you're trying to solve with using AI? So I'm going to go with the private sector first. I'm going to start with my right, and I'm good, Crystal, if you could just explain for us that the specific problems that you're utilizing AI to try and solve from the private practice point of view.
I think one of the major things we need to look at is what are we focusing on? Our focus is what right now? We have capacity gaps. Are we operationally ready? The truth is right now a lot of us, as I mentioned before, are still paper-based. And we have data frameworks across the region and right across here in the Turks and Caicos Islands that are inconsistent with each other. So we are going to move from a paper-based system into AI. That jump is really big. Are we ready? Are compliance professionals ready for this? And the answer truly is, for a lot of us who are now starting to use AI, we're not ready yet. And therefore, compliance staff, professionals across the financial industry need to be ready, need to be able to understand and work with AI. AI is not working for us, it's going to work with us and help us, support us, and be that supporting role. So I think one of the major problems we're trying to solve right now is the readiness of the industry and the capacity gap. Right now, we're not there.
Caesar?
I'm going to keep it simple. Reduce the volume of work. Increase efficiency. Compliance is a lot of work in itself. But if we can find a way to leverage AI to reduce the volume of work, increase your efficiency, you can focus on managing your risk and be successful. That's my key message here.
And what about the FIA?
Okay, so for the FIA, what we would really want to do is be able to prioritize what is relevant to the jurisdiction in terms of our top risk, as we would have identified in our national risk assessment. And in doing that, we have to be able to sift through the information that we have in a manner that is efficient, so as to concentrate our resources on the things that would move on to what we call investigations, prosecutions, convictions, forfeiture, and so on. This is where our focus should be. If our resources are spending time otherwise, it means that we are not accomplishing that goal as much as we would like. And therefore, we would like to look at our resources, look at upskilling in terms of training and development, look at the technology that we need to employ, and in the most efficient manner, tackle the work that or the core function of the FIA that we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I pass it over to the FSC, one of the areas I've been thinking about this, that I know that when I was Minister of Finance for economic returns, substance returns, we'd have a lot of companies who would fall behind on the deadline and being able to upload that information to the government portal, to the information exchange unit. And with Agentic AI, now you could just go to bed and set it up, and it could read through the files that you need to go through. It could look through all of the PDFs and the JPEGs and the identification information, and you could let it run, and it'll log into the government portal. It'll upload the files one by one. Even the thing that people complain about, that how they have these hundreds or at least dozens of companies' information that they have to upload, and it takes them days and days to do it. Now you could just do one or two and then let the Agentic AI do it, go to bed and come back the next morning, and they're all done following your rules. So that's one way in which you can improve your efficiency. And then next year, then you wouldn't have any excuse to say that to the government that you didn't upload all of your economic returns because it was too many and the deadline was too short. But I don't know if the FSC wants to add to any efficiency gains and anything from using AI in terms of the problems they're trying to solve?
Thank you, Saunders. I think for us, it goes back to the point that I made at the beginning of the presentation, which is that the FSC as a regulator thrives on data. We thrive on information. That directs all of the work that we do. So as we talk about this risk-based supervision at the FSC and what that means for the entities that we supervise, the data that we collect from our entities, whether it's DNFPPs, NPOs, financial institutions, and so on, that helps us in the prioritization of risk. It drives the level of engagement we have with our entities. Even when we talk about supervisory insights, apart from the data we get directly from our licensees and registrants, the information that is in the sort of international ecosystem with respect to typologies from standard setting bodies and these types of things, all of that feed into the decisions that the FSC makes in terms of its supervision. And so for us, being able to identify emerging risks, being able to ensure that we're not wasting people's time when we carry out supervision, we want to be able to use our resources in a way that makes sense, not just for the FSC, given the time and effort we have to put into that sort of exercise, but it makes sense for the people who really feel the FSC's presence in the private sector. And so for us, the value that could be added from artificial intelligence is better prioritization of our work, being able to spot things a lot earlier, and being able to respond in an appropriate manner, which also helps, Honorable Minister, in terms of efficiency as well.
So thank you. So Crystal, I hope you don't mind me calling you by your first name. How do we, and the rest of the panel, you can think about this because we're going to ask all of you the same question. So how do we move from events to patents?
I mentioned this before, but I genuinely believe it's organizational coordination. And I've seen this happen way too many times. We tend to work in silos. The accounting department is doing one thing, compliance is doing one thing, HR is doing something else. And sometimes it's very easy that we can miss something. There can be a pattern happening right inside your company with the very same client and nobody knows about it. This is very possible. It can happen, and you can miss something. So that is something we need to be very much aware of. Even in very small companies, you can have that, working in silos. And I think what we need to do is just coordinate with ourselves. If we're looking at a high-risk client, if we're looking at a medium-risk client, coordinate, make sure everybody has access to all that information. Because someone right in your very organization may know something that you don't. The same way AI can't pick up everything. We ourselves can't. And it will be very useful for us moving forward, moving into the age of AI and starting small. That's really great. As Louis had mentioned before, you start small on a smaller scale because we're not yet there yet. We're not all ministers of innovation, so we're not really, we all can't just pick up and go and get the biggest, baddest AI there is. We need to start small, but start working on a human level, right?
Thank you. Just to add to that, though, even the Minister of Innovation can't. We need the governor's approval first in cabinet. And so I normally have to look to her and say, is it okay? Can I get the biggest and baddest? And she tells me that you have to remember the budget and then water it down. But Cesar?
So that's an important question. How do we move from events to patterns? Because that's important for us to be able to have a view on. Truth is, many institutions see their own data, and that's understandable. So as a result, we tend to focus on events versus patterns. A transaction may look fine within your organization, but it becomes a problem in another sector. So I think AI can bridge that gap if we can link certain behaviors, if we can identify certain relationships and highlight anomalies. Now, we're saying the baseline is that AI should be able to support our judgment, not replace it. So we have to ensure that the human is in the loop. And from the industry perspective, it would require data, better data integration, cleaner internal systems, obviously the ability to connect signals across product, customer, and channels so that we have a holistic view of what's happening. So true, one institution can see relationship instead of events, but together, if we're able to share our data, we can emerge successfully by having a broader view of patterns versus events. That's my take on that one.
The FIA?
Okay, so how do we move from detecting individual events to identifying broader risk patterns? And I look at it from the point of view of what we call an AI-powered ecosystem. And how will that AI-powered ecosystem enhance the products of the Financial Intelligence Agency? So first, we reduce the problem of fragmentation that we explained already. Crystal explained that very well. And because it operates at the network level instead of the individual level, the FIU is able to achieve financial intelligence fusion. That's the bringing together of data from all sources. There is also cross-platform integration. I know in the Turks and Caicos we have a little way to go with that, to still go with that, to achieve that, because we have different institutions operating as silos. Though to some extent we can access a lot of the information that we would need, but direct access and cross-platform integration would surely help with that. Patterns and typologies becomes evident, particularly across borders, spanning many jurisdictions when we take that approach. Also, there is the opportunity for the use of GIS, geospatial, and mapping along with charts to get pictorial views that would be more easily understood by the partners that we work with. And then the last one I will touch on is predictive analysis. Predictive analysis is closely related to the emerging risks that Mr. Smith spoke about, where the data we have would give us clues as to what is possible, what is to come, what could be the next wave of financial crime that we see, what should the FIA have its eyes on, where should we focus our resources, and that would be able to feed in, it would be able to add value to the work we do at the national risk assessment level of the Turks and Caicos Islands. So this is the way that we look at it holistically, moving from an event into a consolidated approach. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to add to it and say that the thing that AI can do very well is that it can go through a large amount of data, which the industry would call big data. It could go through thousands of transactions, millions of transactions, and find that one odd thing, that one odd needle in the haystack. So, give you an example, it could go through years of my banking information and then pick up why is it that the minister wired money to someone in Russia, very, very quickly. It could be benign. It may not be picked up into the bank. It's just a normal wire. Let's just say the wire is $10,000 or something. But that could be an anomaly. Why is it the minister of the Turks and Caicos Islands sending a wire to someone in Russia? And very quickly it could see whether that person is on a blacklist, whether that person is on a board of a company that's on a blacklist. It could do that in real time and flag that information. And so it's good for things like that. But I'm going to hand it over to the FSC to add to that.
So, Honorable Sanders, for us, it is this journey has been a struggle. And I'm happy to say that we're in a better place today in terms of the sectoral view that we have of the various sectors that we supervise in the TCI. And so for us, it is, I mean, we still have to look at it from an entity level. Enforcement actions, deficiencies, all of those types of decisions are at the entity level. But what we are able to build up toward is a picture of behaviors, expected behaviors, particularly from specific sectors where there continue to be challenges in being able to interpret their obligations under the law, in being able to, put together the resources that are necessary to be able to defend themselves against financial crimes. And so the benefits that AI continue to present in those types of situations is, as Ms. Lawrence had indicated just now about the fragmentation. From the industry point of view, there are licensees who manage hundreds, in some cases thousands or look after thousands of entities in their portfolio. Being able to collect information that is similar across that population, being able to ensure the consistency in the data, the quality of that data, all helps in building a picture that gives a somewhat accurate view of the behaviors that are at work in that portfolio. And from the FSC's point of view, it is looking at it from a sectoral level. And that is one of the key things that we see in terms of our use of AI as a regulator. But Honorable Sanders, I know that there is now the call for questions from the audience. I'm not sure if you want to take that at this time.
Okay, I said another question, but I'll take it in terms of you for time. I'm happy to open it up for questions from the floor. And I know that there were some microphones in the back. If somebody wants to get them, or I can pass my own over. Yeah, there's a microphone in the back. They're coming up. So anyone can put their hand up, and then we can. So you've got a question? So someone over here. Excuse me, I think there's someone in the middle of the audience. Can you put your hand up again? Yes, I can see you. It's to your left.
Thank you very much. And that was very insightful and thought-provoking. I don't know if I'm going to be signing up for OpenClaw to be trolling through all my private customer data and sending it off to a government portal, but it's a very good suggestion. I think there's plenty of interesting opportunities there for us to improve our data collection, to synthesize reports and provide better reporting to regulators and to government. One of the themes you've talked about and is front and center on our discussions today is business continuity. And I look at AI as sort of like energy. We need it the same way we need oil, the same way we need electricity. It's such an important part of our existence now, and it will be for the foreseeable future. But what's happened in the US recently is a bit scary, and perhaps we could have the panel comment briefly on that. We had Anthropic, the makers of the Claude LLM, shut down 2 of their leading frontier models as a result of executive action in the United States. So from the point of view of continuity, it seems we are, and most of what we're talking about when we talk about AI is ChatGPT and Claude, things you log on to, send information over the internet, and receive responses back. So all of our data is being sent out to servers, data farms, retained by those companies, and used to train further models. In terms of resilience and continuity, what I thought would be interesting to ask each of the members of the panel is what is going on in TCI, in our organizations, to ensure that we are taking advantage of local assets, local data centers, or building towards local data centers within our institutions. I mean, we have models now which are called open weight models. These are mostly published by Chinese AI groups and have become as good as, and better in some cases, as the frontier models that are being produced out of the United States. So my thinking is that the FSC needs to think about having their own model built, and their own data server, data farm built, and probably the government of the TCI as well. And institutions need to also be looking into the possibility of creating their own infrastructure, data centers on a smaller scale, to have access to leading models, frontier models that are based in the TCI, and no regulator in the world, no OECD, no Treasury Minister in the United States or anywhere else can shut down our access to those models. So if you wouldn't mind answering that really briefly in terms of specifically, what is TCI in the public sector doing to give us, or to give the government and others access to locally cited AI infrastructure? Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take that one. They just told me that we're out of time. That's the only question we could take, but I'll take it, and I'll address a few parts, because he asked, what is the government doing? And outside of the governor and the AG, I'm next in line, I think. The Anthropic issue he spoke about first. Anthropic came out with an AI model. Anthropic really normally focuses on coding and around software development. Their AI models are usually around that, because some of these models focus on different areas. And one they have called Mythos. Mythos was trained on coding data, helping out developers. And what it did was that it was so good, it was able to break into the firewalls and all of the software and hardware that companies have been using to safeguard their data. It was able to break all of them, including the UK government. And so, and it moved so fast and it trained so fast, it found all of the vulnerabilities. And so what happened is that the US government basically said it can't be shared with any foreigner, no foreign company, no foreigner, because it's just too powerful. And they would want the controls and everything to catch up with it. So that's why they basically took it off the market, because it's so powerful. It was able to break into every secure system, data system that they had out there. And they were testing it with security companies. In terms of what the government is doing, I mean, the technology is growing so fast that you could now run large language models locally. You can run them even, they're getting to the point where you can even running them on laptops now. And so you don't need to have the massive data centers to run your own your data. Also, you can set your settings where your data doesn't have to go into the cloud. I have all of my settings set where my data resides locally. And even though it uses the cloud in terms of the training, it doesn't send my data out to the cloud. It retains locally. And then so the last thing, what is the government doing? I just came from a conference in Belize a few weeks ago. It was one being done with the UNESCO and the World Bank. It's around data embassies. And so the idea behind the data embassies is that, let's just take Bermuda. Bermuda is an overseas territory. We're an overseas territory. Bermuda has a lot of bandwidth, a lot of data resiliency and redundancy. We don't. But if we wanted to store our data under our jurisdictional rules, we would store it in a data center in Bermuda, but it'll operate as if it was our jurisdiction, the same way a real embassy will work. And so until we start to build up our fiber optic cables, our data redundancy, our data resiliency, we'd be looking into a data embassy model, ideally with an overseas territory, who would be a friendly jurisdiction to us. So I think that sums it up. I think we're out of time on the panel, and I'd like to thank everyone for participating in this, and I'd like to thank the FSC for having me as part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panel and to the audience, even though we didn't have much time time for questions for the question that we did have this morning. Thank you also for being a very attentive and engaged audience, and at this time I know you're in need of a break. So we're going to break for 10 minutes and be back promptly at 11:30. Okay, so we're going to continue with our second panel, which examines another critical element of modern resilience. And the topic of discussion is resilience by design, governance, cyber readiness, business continuity for a safer financial system. And this panel is going to be led by Mr. DiMaggio Rigby, who is a commissioner of the FSC. This will take the form of a brief presentation, after which the panelists will be invited to the stage. So at this time, we'll play the bio of Mr. Rigby, and then he will proceed with his presentation.
DiMaggio Rigby is a recognized financial services leader based in the City of London, specializing in innovative global reinsurance solutions. Currently serving as head of cyber, financial, and professional lines at a global brokerage firm, he drives strategic growth and product excellence across the group's international network and diverse industry sectors. DiMaggio's career spans both cyber and insurance underwriting and global broking, giving him a comprehensive perspective on navigating complex international regulatory landscapes to deliver best client outcomes. As an industry expert, DiMaggio frequently speaks at global events covering cyber, media, and technology E&O markets, with a strong focus on North America, Latin America, and Asia Pacific. He actively shapes industry standards as a member of the London Market Forum's Cyber Leaders Executive Practice Group, and also supports financial innovation, having mentored startups through the Lloyd's of London Innovation Lab to refine their distribution and value propositions. DiMaggio holds a Bachelor of Arts with honors in Finance and Investment from the Coventry University, a certification in Information Security Management Principles from the Chartered Institute for IT, and is a member of the Chartered Insurance Institute.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Commissioner DiMaggio Rigby.
Good morning. So I won't be long today. I will be speaking for 5 minutes to give the broad strokes on our panel. But as we start, we're looking at resilience by design, governance, cyber readiness, business continuity for a safer financial system. We'll cue for the presentation. Right. Resilience by design, governance, cyber readiness, and business continuity for a safer financial system. Throughout this presentation, we'll look at resilience by design within different pillars. We'll look at preparedness, readiness, as our Grand Turk natives would say, adaptability, and recovery. And let me begin with a simple proposition. Within the financial services industry, like Turks and Caicos, the most valuable, our single most valuable asset is not capital, it's trust. And trust depends on one thing above all, the confidence that when something goes wrong, our systems or our infrastructure tweaks, it keeps working and it recovers. When we look at resilience, we're looking at, implementing different processes and policies into one. So resilience by design demands a shift in the mindset, right? It involves architecting systems and services with built-in resilience from day one, prioritizing risk-based, proactive security, cultural alignment, and strategic investment. It's not just about avoiding breaches, cyber breaches that is. It's about ensuring operational continuity when incidences or breaches do occur. And we need to prepare for these to minimize the effects of them. When we look at governance within the financial system, we think of, from a cyber perspective, we look at, from a board of directors perspectives, they do own risks, or we do own risks as commissioners of the FSC. And we have a fiduciary duty to organizations as well. So while a cyber breach might involve technical attacks, the root causes of major incidences are inadequate funding, lack of oversight, absent incident response plans, or poor data stewardship. These are governance failures. These are not just operational failures within an organization. Thank you. And then we're skipping to business continuity within the financial system, which is more about validating recovery strategies and implementing best practices. Business continuity within the financial system refers to the proactive strategies and disaster recovery frameworks that ensure that our financial institutions can maintain essential functions during unexpected disruptions. It protects market liquidity, safeguards consumer assets, and prevents systemic economic breakdowns. It maintains seamless operations in the financial sector. And as we go through this presentation and our panel, I think what we will look to is regulatory planning frameworks and how to manage systemic risks coming out of cyber, but also how to better understand the resilience and the investment opportunity with resilience. See, resilience by design does more than just fortify financial institutions against disruption. It differentiates them. Clients and investors increasingly weigh crisis management capabilities when placing their trust and demonstrable commitments to those who actually take operational resilience seriously and as a strategic objective. Investor confidence and the capacity to treat industry shocks as not just a routine or mundane operational process, but as a strategic objective to counterbalance the risks that we have globally is actually an attractive proposition. So as we go through this panel and the presentation, I want you to think of operational resilience, a financially safe regulatory environment as not just a nice to have, but a need. And what we usually say within cyber security is not if you're going to have a cyber event is when, and how do we look to operationalize our policies and procedures that we have from a governance point of view. So without ado, I'll introduce our host to then introduce our panel.
Thank you, Commissioner. So our panelists joining Commissioner Rigby.
Prudence Edwards is the Director of the Bank and Trust Department at the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission. She has more than 20 years of regulatory experience across Guyana and the Turks and Caicos Islands, with oversight of banks, trust companies, money service businesses, and investment businesses. In her current role, Ms. Edwards has helped modernize supervisory practices, governance expectations, and regulatory frameworks in line with international standards. Her work focuses on prudential supervision, supervisory effectiveness, legislative and regulatory reform, and cross-border cooperation. Ms. Edwards has represented the Caribbean on the board of the Association of Supervisors of Banks of the Americas and on the Basel Consultative Group, contributing to the regional and international dialogue on financial system resilience, supervisory cooperation, and sound regulatory practice. As a fellow chartered certified accountant, certified internal auditor, and financial risk manager, she brings a practical perspective to risk-based supervision, governance, and regulatory reform, informed by hands-on supervisory oversight, policy development, and engagement with regional and international standard-setting bodies. Jonathan Adey is the founder and managing director of DataLock, a cybersecurity consultancy based in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Originally from Edinburgh, he holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Security and Forensics. He also holds a Master of Science in Advanced Security and Digital Forensics. Jonathan began his career in offensive security at NatWest Bank, undertaking penetration testing and simulated attack exercises before moving into cyber consultancy in London. He later founded DataLock, where he advises regulated financial institutions and other organizations across the United Kingdom and the Turks and Caicos Islands on a broad range of cybersecurity matters, including third-party risk management and cyber resilience. Mr. Kenrick Walters is the Director and General Manager of Bordier Bank TCI Limited. He has over 30 years of experience in banking operations, wealth management, business development, and business risk management. He has participated in numerous domestic and international conferences on a diverse range of subject matter, including investment management, financial markets, public pension plans, and operational risk management. Mr. Walters is a serial entrepreneur and has a long track record of civic engagement and philanthropy. His contributions to the public sector include serving as a member of the Premier's Working Group on Financial Services and as a member of the Investment Committee of the TCI National Insurance Board. He is a former chairman of the TCI Red Cross and is an ardent supporter of numerous local causes, particularly in the areas of youth empowerment, education, and entrepreneurship. Mistress Catrice James Williams is the Director of Information Technology at the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission, where she leads technology strategy and cybersecurity initiatives and supports the Commission's digital transformation. A native of the Turks and Caicos Islands, she brings over 20 years' experience in IT management, information security, and technology governance. Catrice holds a Bachelor of Science in Computer Information Systems with a minor in Economics, a Master's degree in Networking and Communication Management, and a Master of Business Administration. She is a Certified Information Security Manager and a Certified Cyber Risk Specialist with expertise in cybersecurity governance, risk management, policy development, cybersecurity awareness, and business continuity planning. Recognized for her contributions to the ICT sector, Catrice is passionate about strengthening organizational resilience and promoting cyber safety. Beyond her professional role, she is a dedicated youth mentor committed to instilling strong values, leadership, and digital responsibility in young people. She volunteers her time to educate students and schools on cybersecurity awareness and responsible digital citizenship, helping to build a more cyber-aware and resilient community across the Turks and Caicos Islands.
Thank you. Testing. So we didn't know we were going to be running behind. Thank you. We didn't know we were going to be running behind time, but we do have a very tight schedule. And Mr. Walters promised that he wouldn't rattle on too long. So with that, I think we need a mic check. So with that, probably I'll start us off. But you know, when we talk about resilient systems, no, I think we're on. Yeah. When we talk about resilient systems, resilient firms, resilient markets, but all too often resilience is something that we reach for after the fact, right? A patch, an apology, a press release. But this isn't really resilience, it's just recovery. And it's recovery with a invoice behind it, usually. And what we want firms to actually, and firms, the regulator as well, to do is to think about their risk management strategies sensibly. So, Mr. Walters, as a leader within a financial institution, when you hear resilience by design, what does that actually mean inside a bank like yours?
Okay, well, you came out swinging. I got the first question. Thank you very much.
Good.
I hope the FSC does not regret inviting me because I am known for giving some long-winded answers sometimes. But, well, I'll jump right into it and I'll try to keep my response as short as possible. Great question. Thank you very much for that. Well, when we think about resilience, it's really about trying to incorporate resilience into the very DNA of the organization, right? And that really means trying to develop a resilience mindset at every level, right? From the board all the way down the line. Now, when we think about it, we look at resilience not just from an operational standpoint. We think about strategy and governance. We think about legal and regulatory, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, I think the operational piece is probably the piece that we're probably most concerned about here today. The way we put our approach to resilience into practice is, firstly, we began many years ago by doing a comprehensive risk assessment exercise throughout the organization, right? We needed to understand exactly, you know, where the weak points were, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll be able to go into some detail about this as the discussion goes on. But that risk assessment resulted in a comprehensive risk management strategy. And out of that strategy, you know, we did things like we created a dedicated risk management role within the company. We found that to be very helpful. We've got a dedicated person whose job it is to monitor the threat environment on a daily basis and make sure we're staying on top of, you know, all of the different vectors of risk that can emerge. We've also done, obviously, some basic things like developed a very comprehensive and detailed risk register, a comprehensive business continuity plan, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that, so those really are the basics. I mean, those just the starting point, really. We've been able to even share a lot of what we've learned with other organizations. And I mean, I can't really speak for the other banks on the island. I am sure that all of my colleagues, some of whom I see here today, have very robust risk management programs in their own shops. But sort of some of the challenges that I've seen from speaking with local practitioners generally as well as those internationally is that there is often, I think, there's a mindset that replaces, how should I put this? What I often see is people use the word resilience as an excuse for being overly risk averse, right? And there really is an important difference, and perhaps we'll get into that a little bit more today. Yeah. And I find that, you know, organizations that are overly risk averse tend to, you know, be very resistant to change. They tend to stifle innovation and creativity and all of that. But it's something that is obviously a high impact, very consequential thing to consider, and I hope that we have a chance to discuss that in a little bit more detail. I'll just drop a few points real quick. Some of the organizations that I've spoken to, I've noticed that a lot of them don't conduct the type of assessment that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Right? And for many of those that have done that work, though that work has not translated into a strategy. For those that have developed the strategy, the plans that came out of that tend to be siloed with just a few people that perhaps have direct responsibility for risk management. And that is of no use to anyone in a real crisis, right? And so these are things that have to be seriously considered as we look to build resilient organizations. Now the great news, and I'll end here, the great news is that if you are looking to build a resilient organization and you're not sure where to start, there are tons of resources out there that are available to you. There's tons of, and these are documented, industry best practices, case studies, international standards. There's so much that you can draw on, right? And so I certainly recommend that people avail themselves of all that information.
Yeah, thanks. It sounds like, that unless you enact that policy, it's just a piece of paper that's sitting in the desk and not really being used properly. So putting a pin in that, because you did talk a bit about global standards. Jonathan, can you kind of walk us through that from an IT security point of view? What global standards are you seeing, and what are appropriate for Turks and Caicos at the moment, and general firms within the financial services sector?
Sure, absolutely. So when we talk about operational resilience, regulations, global standards, places like the UK, the European Union really are sort of global leaders when it comes to operational resilience. What I would say is that places like that are very prescriptive, spelling out this is what companies have to do. Places that are more local to us, like the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, what they do is they will pick and choose certain parts of those regulations, and they won't be quite as prescriptive about it. They'll be saying things like, this is the outcome that we want you to achieve, and they'll be handing over power to those organizations to say, this is how we're going to get there.
Well, when you have, financial institutions in the Turks and Caicos that, you have the big banks, and take the banks aside, but then you have a lot of small insurance brokers, a lot of management companies, and those are 3-4-man bands. So their standards probably would look different. How have you seen that in Turks and Caicos, and what have those type of clientele been asking of you?
Mm-hmm. Sure. I mean, what I'm seeing is that there's been a change in thinking recently. 10 years ago, it would have been, how good is your cybersecurity? Mm-hmm. And when we say cybersecurity, you're thinking about things like firewalls, anti-malware, all of these types of controls. Mm-hmm. The changing of thinking now is people acknowledge you're going to have incidents. Yeah. You are going to get attacked. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. And people are now thinking more about critical business services. How do they actually continue to run the organization when they do get attacked? It's a case of how do we make sure that when we get attacked, our staff know what to do, and our clients don't actually know that we've been attacked. You want the business to continue running like normal, rather than not.
Yeah, absolutely right. And let's skip to you, Catrice. We're going to focus mainly on business continuity and recovery. So the majority of business continuity plans won't survive the first 90 minutes when tested in a real world scenario. So how would yours fare as the director of IT for the FSC?
So I would say a plan is just a plan.
Yeah.
A plan is just a plan unless it's put to the test, unless you ask the right questions, unless you exercise it, challenge it. And I believe that's how we are confident that our plan, our BCP, it will actually work. With resilience at FSC, we look at it in layers, just like how we look at cybersecurity and our defenses, right? The first thing is the BCP. How does that look? Continuing critical services during a disruption. The second layer would be incident response. And that's being able to respond to anything as it relates to cyber incident, you know, being prepared, being able to detect, being able to contain, being able to mitigate. And then we also look at disaster recovery. Yeah. And that's being able to recover our systems and our assets. So it's all about asking the right questions and challenging that plan, right? What are your core services? Who is it that's supposed to communicate when something happens? What data is being protected? Where is your data? And I think that's a downfall with a lot of organizations. They do not know where their data is being stored. They put it in SharePoint, and they don't know who has access to it, like who really have permission for that data. So all of that you have to factor in with your planning, knowing where your data is, knowing how to continue in the event of a disruption.
Okay. In 30 seconds, Jonathan, could you run us through the effectiveness of tabletop exercises versus a real 4 or 5 hour simulation?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, exactly like you've just said, I mean, everybody nowadays has got an incident response plan. Yeah. They've got a business continuity plan. How many companies in this room have actually exercised and tested those plans?
Exactly.
Probably none. I mean, I can tell you, most of my clients here, when they first started doing work with us, had never done any sort of exercising. And that's the key now. So whether it's tabletop exercise, whether it's a full scenario test, who has actually said, okay, what do we do when we get a ransomware attack? Yeah. Not just what does our IT team do, what do our executives do, what do the board do, what does just regular members of staff do? Yeah. So there's benefits of both. Tabletop exercises is something that you would be looking to do at least annually. Yeah. But increasingly now, what we're seeing regulators around the world requesting from financial entities is to actually conduct real-life scenario testing. Mm-hmm. So that might be a ransomware, like what I've just said. It could be a business email compromise. It could be anything. So yeah, that's key.
Catrice, you look like you want to say something.
I do, actually. Because you touch on a very important point, Matthew, where you're running these tests, but it has to be the ownership has to be from that board level. Yeah. The accountability. Unless management is sold in on cybersecurity and this BCP and actually wanting to continue, it's going to stop right there at IT. Yeah. And it shouldn't stop at IT. It should be a collaborative approach. If you really want to sustain, during a disruption, if you really want to be able to continue, you have to involve, or managers have to take the road, or take the bull by the horn. Yeah. That's how it goes? Take the bull by the horn? Yes. Yeah. In order to lead forward.
Yeah. And in that vein,
Demarcio, can I double click on what both of these persons, my distinguished co-panelists,
you got 1 minute to double click.
Okay, I'll be real quick.
1 minute.
I really want to emphasize that testing piece, because again, in my conversations with firms, the testing that's done is really inadequate. They do very, very little testing, and obviously some things are hard to simulate, right? The frustrations and the anxiety that your employees go through in a real crisis. But also, I'll go further, not just management, not just lower level employees, but your customers as well, right? Include some of them in your testing, right? To see what it's really like, because ultimately the recovery process is about restoring service to them, being able to serve them, as soon as possible. And it's finding a way to integrate them into your testing, I think, is a really important piece.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fair enough. So prudence, from a regulatory point of view, given that cybersecurity is critical to any financial system, what are the priorities of the FSC, and what is the FSC expecting of banks and other financial institutions within the territory?
Okay. The teacher in me wants to take us back a bit. You said in your presentation about, what readiness mean at the design of the system. Yeah. So We're a business if you're advancing into a new product line. If you want to go use AI, we talked about there's a lot of manual processes now, but we were considering AI. You have to understand the risk, and you have to realize that you own the risk. So you have to invest in the information. You talked about, the literature is out there to understand the risk, to be able to assess the risk, to manage the risk, to control the risk, and measure that against your risk appetite. Sometimes you may need to expand your risk appetite and not be risk averse, but whatever is the decision, ensure you know that risk, or you own the risk, or you hire the professionals, the technical guys to help you in understanding that risk. Because the risk is involved in your everyday operation. You're the one who designed the product, or you hired someone to do that. You're best positioned to know that, and not necessarily the FSC. What we would want to know is that when we come in, is that you'll be able to explain that risk and how that risk is being managed. So that is one of the greatest expectations from the FSC. You ask about what is being planned also from the FSC perspective, and it was touched on in the early panel in that resource is limited in any regulators, even the UK, where they're more prescriptive. But you have to focus your resources on where the risk is, focus and systemic. So we won't always be focusing our attention on, the small institutions, and that's why it's so important that in managing your business, good business practices, understanding that risk, understanding what is your critical function, the critical processes, and then billing it in such a way that it would survive during a disruption.
Yeah, okay. I think you touched on a point there, and we know where, I guess from the FSC's point of view, you take a risk-based approach to see who's more risky at the top, and then you look at, as a priority. Now, you did touch on smaller institutions, and I think this is where they fall out the pan here, because we have a lot of, our economy is built with smaller institutions that do business every day, and I think their operational resilience is actually key. Because we have increased digitalization over the last 10 years within this country, and I know a lot of people keep talking about paper-based, yes, but when you really look at it, you have the digital equivalent or more of any paper that you might have in an organization. And just by the use of email service now, that's increasing every day. So Jonathan, in regards to those smaller firms within Turks and Caicos, what is the message that you're giving to them around having a priority for their IT security, and how, as we don't have prescribed cybersecurity rules as yet within our regulation, and we're a developing economy anyway, but how do you get your clients to a midpoint where you're not giving them ISO 27001 because they don't have the resources to handle that, but they're still looking at their backups, they're still doing MFA, they're still having a firewall, and they still have employee training around cybersecurity? How I might have answered that question, but how we
sure. So, as you quite rightly say, there's very few companies on this island who would need to, or have the ability to be ISO 27001 certified. Most companies are small businesses, and what we tend to do is we look at schemes like the Cyber Essentials scheme, which is a UK-based scheme, other ones like Cyber Baseline, etc., from IASME. And what those schemes tend to focus on is 5, 6, 7 kind of core cybersecurity controls that if you do them well, they're going to protect your business from 95% of the attacks out there. Things like firewalls, anti-malware, security awareness training for your staff, incident response capability.
Yeah.
So that there's a kind of core set, 5 to 10 kind of key areas that we work on with most of our clients.
Yeah.
And our kind of philosophy is if you can do these well, you're going to protect yourself from most of the attacks out there.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Walters, it's back to you. And be honest. In the last 10 years.
All bankers are honest. What are you talking about?
You ask bankers questions around stuff sometimes. So, in the last 10 years, have we generally become more resilient, do you think, from a financial institution point of view? Or is it that we have more documentation around? Because I know you've worked at certain financial institutions before, but we have the documentation now. Most large banks within Turks and Caicos can get a consultant in, they can write a report, you can file that. But have we moved the goalposts?
Yes, I think answer is yes to both. Yes, we do have more documentation available. Yeah. That's a really important aspect of how we manage risk. Yeah. Right? You have to have a detailed risk register, right? That tries to capture every element of risk that you can possibly think of, and each element of that register has to be properly addressed. But I think we also have the experience of having gone through various crises, even the pandemic and all of that. And I think even with the guidance of the Financial Services Commission, we've all had to adapt a risk management mindset. It's all about risk now. So back in the old days, it used to be, audit, and if you pick up things, you got a consultant in, and you find some things, you try to fix it in a moment. But now we realize that we have to be far more adaptable. Mm-hmm. So companies have adapted. Companies have become far more resilient through having ongoing programs, right, that are designed to detect things early, prevent crises from occurring in the first place, and when they do occur, to manage through them properly and really have a robust recovery process on the other end. So absolutely, we've evolved, thankfully, and I think that process will continue with the help of tools like AI.
Okay, no problem.
Just on the documentation side,
yeah.
sorry. So going back to that, what we often find when we go in and do assessments of firms on this island is that they do have quite good documentation.
Yeah.
So we might look at them and say, okay, we're assessing your incident response capability. They pull out an incident response plan, and I'm reading through it, and it says, step one, our incident response team will come and do this and do that. And I say, well, so who is your incident response team?
Yes.
And they don't have them because they've taken a policy from a consultant that's literally just been copied and pasted and isn't fit for that particular organization.
Yeah. So in regards to Prudence, I think this is for you. When we look at the operational resilience framework within Turks and Caicos, what do you think is best we implement? Because I know we have other models around the world, but Turks and Caicos as a budgeting jurisdiction for financial services, where is your mindset?
Okay, so don't take this as a recommendation from the FSC. That's a disclaimer. This is my thoughts. The IOSCO and BIS has a standard out on cybersecurity resilience, and I think its framework is scalable to any institution. You can take them and run with it and develop something around it. First, governance. We had talked about that. There's not a proper governance framework for responsibility of the board directors, who does what for resilience. Let me go back a bit to where we think operational resilience. Let's think about whether or not your core critical function would be able to operate during disruption. Right? So this framework is geared towards that. So we have your governance in place. Who's responsible for what? Even in your BCP plan. The next thing is the identification. You have to identify what I just said, your core function. You think protection. You want to have systems in place to prevent. And you would talk about what would be preventative IT things. And then you want to detect. If the prevention methodology doesn't work, if preventative controls, if those fail, then it must be detected that they've been a failure. And then, of course, recovery and resilience is not the same thing. Recovery is just okay, we failed. So don't think about operation resilience as just bounce back, but survival during the disruption and being able to continue operations. And after you've had, okay, recovery testing, we talked about testing, your framework must be built around testing, ongoing testing, annual testing, tabletop testing, whatever testing, situational awareness. We talk about AI advancing, and the regulators will always be playing catch up with the financial institution, you're playing catch up with the advancement with technology and learning and evolving. So you learn from your testing, the results of your testing. You learn from the, if there is a disruption, and then you evolve and you enhance your the framework, your policies around it. So that, while that's a simplified approach, I do think it's scalable for any institution. You build a policy around those eight elements.
Okay. And Catrice, we look at supply chain failures a lot, and we do know that a lot of the applications within different firms are outsourced to different suppliers. So a lot of the vulnerabilities doesn't really start within an organization anymore. How do you manage that in your job as Director of IT at the FSC? Because there must be a lot of applications as well.
Right, and what comes to mind is where every organization depend on a third party.
Yeah.
Every organization depend on the ISP.
Yeah.
Every organization depend on Microsoft 365 perhaps. Others may have it. And this is where resilience now becomes a shared responsibility. Yeah. Because it's no longer within your control. Yeah. You have to rely on another organization to also be resilient. Yeah. And it comes to mind, like, how do you control an organization that's not within your control? Yeah. You really can't. But what you can do is understand how it functions, or do your due diligence. You ask the right questions, and you never try and get caught off guard, right? Because it will happen. Something may happen where there's a disruption and you cannot, you have to figure out how do you continue anyway, how do you function? Yeah. So with it being out of your control, I think it's important to understand the dependencies. I think it's important to understand how do you continue if the ISP fails, if the internet shuts down, and that's one of your core services. How do we continue anyway? And it's also about doing a risk assessment, right, with third parties. It's also about having that policy in place, and not a policy to just tick off to say, I have this policy, but actually use this policy in the event something happens. Yeah.
And having those minimum standards for those IT service providers as well.
Of course, and that would come with your due diligence.
It makes no sense having a stringent or high IT security threshold for your firm, and then you're plugging in an IT service provider or a third party to your network that's below that. Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay.
DiMaggio,
yeah.
When you invited me, you assessed the risk that I would talk too much, and your risk appetite accepted it. So I want to jump in here.
You were supposed to be sitting next to me, so I could tap you on your knee.
A real quick kudos to the FSC. The FSC actually has a material outsourcing regime, right? So banks like mine, there are certain things that we can't do in-house because we don't have the expertise and the resources. The FSC does have a regime where we are required to, anything that we outsource of this nature, we have to ensure that in those contracts, a number of things are covered within the relationship as well as within the agreement. The FSC, for example, has the authority under the agreement we have with the outsourcer to the service provider to actually go into that service provider and ask questions about us and make sure that things are being done properly. So the FSC has, I think, a really good standard that they've set for outsourcing things like IT services. And kudos to them. I think you guys have done an amazing job with that.
Can I say good job, FSC?
Good. So thank you
See,
very
it paid
much.
off.
Thank you very much for listening to our panel. But one thing nobody said on the panel, which surprised me a bit. Nobody spoke about risk transfer. And Jonathan, when we always say in cyber, it's not if, it's when.
It's when.
And to close the holistic kind of risk management chain here, you do look at insurance provision sometimes as well, because there's always going to be a time when you might be disrupted or not. There might be an incident that you have a financial impact to the business. And cyber insurance is my day job. But we do look to see how that plugs into the overall risk management framework of an organization, because until you can calculate or ascertain the level of loss, which goes into your risk appetite as well, you then can't calculate the level of insurance provision that you might need. Certain firms will be able to absorb it because they have very strong and wide balance sheets, but some firms needs to offload that into an insurance provision. So with that, we thank you so much for listening to our panel. I hope we didn't take too long, but I hope it was informative as well. Thank you. We might have to sit back down, sorry. So our host has put her hands up for 2 questions. So sorry, we'll open up questions to the room. Apologies. Any questions? Going once? Okay, somebody's in back.
We have a question from an online viewer. He asks, what specific governance structures and board responsibilities should supervised firms adopt to ensure cyber and operational resilience in a standing strategic priority? Would you like me to repeat the question for anyone on the panel?
Yes, let's repeat it.
What specific governance structures and board responsibilities should supervised firms adopt to ensure cyber and operational resilience in a standing strategic priority?
You want me to handle that?
Yeah, you can handle that.
Okay.
But it's wide, and it doesn't really have to be a supervised firm as well, because we spoke about a lot of those aspects. But yes.
Just to say, for our approach, right? I mentioned earlier how serious we take it and how, it has to be something that's incorporated at all levels of the organization. Because we have a dedicated risk management resource, we have someone, as I said, monitoring the threat environment on a daily basis. That person produces regular reporting, right? And what we have is our board obviously is responsible for governance. The board receives those risk reports on a regular basis. A review of those reports is a standard agenda item at the board level, right? So we ensure that there's a really robust reporting system, and that there's a mechanism for ensuring timely responses and follow-up actions to anything that is identified. I'm trying to be very fast when I respond. So ensuring that at the board level, there's an appreciation for how the risks within the organization are being managed, ensuring that management has the resources and the necessary to make the investments that are required to have mechanisms that prevent and that adapt and manage through and recover from crises. All of those things are equally important, and that's how we approach it.
Okay, Prudence?
And if I may add, the 3 lines of defense have 3 lines of defense, even in a small organization. There's the person who owns the risk, and then there should be an independent function, which sometimes might be a risk management function. The larger organization might be the chief risk officer. And then there's the independent function, which is oftentimes the internal auditor, who is not involved in the day-to-day operations. So have that 3 lines of defense structure, and I saw a defense where they're calling the regulator and the board, even the fourth line of defense. But if the board, the governance structure, really utilize those three lines of defense, it helps in managing that risk. And that is any risk, not just cybersecurity risk. Yeah. Cybersecurity risk becomes a critical risk based on your organization structure. If you're involved in, everyone is technology, online, World Wide Web, and you want to single that out, that critical risk. It may not just be cybersecurity risk and then have an intentional framework around it, but it more or less mirrors that bigger framework, which is the three lines of defense for a second and third line.
And then from a governance point of view, it's absolutely critical that board of directors actually understand cybersecurity and their fiduciary duties to a firm as well. And I think
training.
I can speak for the FSC's commission. We take that very seriously. So you can't sit on a board and you don't actually understand the risk that you're taking on.
And if
Boards
I can
have to be trained.
Sorry, if I can add, from that board level, everyone might not be like you in cyber and understand the technology, the technical terms. But what it is, you have to have that some level of understanding, basically. Not the technical terms, but the outcomes, the results, the impact on what if. And even as we speak about AI, which is not our panel, but even as we speak about that, the board has a responsibility to understand what decisions are being made with the use of AI, and that's where security comes in as well, right? So all of this pan into the same governance and ensuring that you operate, from that level. Yeah.
And at the very least, you should have a composition of board members who actually do have a myriad of different skills and abilities. But you have the basics that cyber is falling into that basic risk now that everybody has to have that baseline understanding of. Prudence?
And I just want to emphasize, because it was said, the policies, documented policies, it doesn't have to be overcomplicated, but it should be useful and not just a replication of a policy. But that helps because when things going chaotic, you want to go to some form of reference point as, okay, this is what we should be doing.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for the question. Oh, sorry, one more?
We have one question. It's addressed to Jeff. Apologies. We have a question online. It's addressed to Jonathan Adey. The question reads, as a tech provider, what practical design and testing practices should firms implement to ensure systems are resilient to sophisticated multi-vector cyber attacks? Jonathan, again, the question reads... That's
a friend of yours. That's
Okay, Jonathan, the question reads again.
Yes.
As a tech provider, what practical design and testing practices should firms implement to ensure systems are resilient to sophisticated multi-vector cyber attacks?
So, on a testing side, we would always encourage firms to be doing things like penetration testing, which effectively would mimic a real-world attack scenario. So whether that's a web application, whether that's your physical network infrastructure, we would always encourage on the testing side for firms to employ penetration testers to test that, vulnerability scanning, things like that. And at a more advanced level, places like banks should really be doing what we would call threat-led penetration testing, which is more advanced. So yeah, that's what I would say on a testing front.
Yeah.
What was the first part again?
I forgot the first part. That was a long one. Okay. All right. Thanks so much. And we conclude this panel.
Thank you so much to our panel. And we're nearing the end. We have one more discussion, and that's going to take the form of a fireside chat, and that's going to be led by our acting managing director, Kenesha Backus. And joining her will be Chairman of the FSC Board, Jeff Scott, our guest speaker, Floranne Massey, and Tamiko Smith, Director of Anti-Money Laundering Supervision Department at the FSC, and Catrice Williams. Catrice, you're very popular today. You will be joining us again. This fireside chat is going to be engaging, and so some questions will also be thrown to the audience. This is your opportunity to share your knowledge, to have a knowledge exchange, and also to ask questions. So please take advantage of it, and I welcome the lead as well as the other members for discussion. We're not going to play the bios in the interest of time.
Thank you, everyone, for your forbearance and for your engagement so far. So today we've explored a number of topics in our various sessions: AI, digital transformation, and we're looking at how these are reshaping the financial system at an unprecedented pace. And so while we have given a lot of attention to innovation, right now we're going to turn to critical questions in terms of how do we ensure that trust, governance, and effective supervision evolve alongside these changes. So, as AI continues that evolution, what does trust in a financial system really look like? And how must regulators actively build and sustain it? So let's start, and let me get a quick sense from the room. How many of you, by show of hands, are currently exploring or using AI in some aspect of your operations, whether in compliance, onboarding, or your internal process? Show of hands. Half, roughly two-fifths. And then, as another question, how many of you feel confident that existing governance or supervisory expectations clearly address how you're using AI in your businesses? Right, so now we have no hands. And this gap between adoption and clarity is exactly what we would hope to explore a little bit as we chat today. So let me start very quickly, just speaking with Jeff. From the board perspective, how should governance evolve to oversee emerging AI risks?
Okay, thanks. I think we're on. Great, thanks. Thanks, Kenesha. So it's a loaded question, and I was really happy for the last panel's discussion about governance, because I think some really important things came out there. One is that the board owns certain parts of this, but also that as technology emerges, as risks change and new things come, that we have to realize there's a shared responsibility. That's where your point about trust comes into this whole discussion, Kenesha. So trust is a relationship. It's an understanding between for instance, take the regulator for an example. We have a very critical role to play in fostering confidence, maintaining standards, and making sure that, on the flip side, that the other person in that relationship, which is the customer of a financial institution, understands that we have a role to play in maintaining those standards across our industry. And that's how you build trust between two parties. I do think at the governance level at the board, as we're getting into AI, fortunate, but also sometimes quite scared to sit on boards, and I sit on quite a few around the region where we're realizing that boards don't have the tools that they need to. We don't have the expertise sometimes. So what I'm seeing is a focus on board training, and I'm talking governance just at the highest level here now, but boards need to be trained. We need to be taking cybersecurity and other risks associated with AI as seriously as we've always taken credit risk if you're looking at bank supervision, or counterparty risk if you're looking at corporate service provider supervision. We need to take it as seriously as any of the risks that we've ever looked at in the past. And so certainly board is not a one-time shot to become an expert in AI or in cybersecurity. I think this is an ongoing responsibility. Happy for the comment of our panel leader at our last panel who said, I think it's also very good to have one person on every board that actually has some strong expertise in the area of cyber. And we've been fortunate at the FSC to find a person, actually a couple of people, that have very good knowledge in this area. So that's my start.
And you know, drawing from a lot of the discussions we've had today, I think for Florian, just coming from what we've just seen, based on the insights you shared from the OECD, what do you see as the biggest gaps? We've heard about the gaps. What is causing that, do you think? What is causing those gaps between regulation, supervisory practices, and how it redounds into industry practice in terms of the use of AI and how it's governed?
I seem to be digitally challenged by the question, or maybe just the mic. So that's a very good question. I think I really like the two former panel, if I may say so. I think really the focus on resilience and resilience by design is really an important one. I like the point about the fact that sometimes we take resilience as risk aversion. I'm probably not a risk-averse individual, but as an institution, it's the case. So in terms of coming back to your question on the gap on regulation, supervision, and what's happening in the industry, I think one of the points I want to raise, and that was raised earlier, is fragmentation. So it's fragmentation between different types of regulation in different continents, different ways of approaching supervision, and also the market going very, very fast. So again, having all of you in the same room speaking together is really, really key. It's not going to solve all of the issue. I think at the OECD, the belief is that we're not too sure the main gap is around regulation. Regulation does exist, can be probably improved, but the problem is when it comes to supervision and compliance and the interlink between supervision and the market. And here, there is only on the supervisory side, as I mentioned, a skill gap, the fact that also the dynamic of AI is going very, very fast. There is also an issue around the access to data. As we know, it's quite often third party that are using the data, and this point was made earlier. So the gap, again, is not necessarily just the regulation, not the market. It's about how to apply regulation by the supervisors and how to make the collaboration between supervisors and the firm leading to good outcome to consumers. And if I may, because we're speaking a lot about regulators, supervisors, and the market and the industry, I would like us to think a minute about consumers. You were asking who is using AI in their work, in their daily life. We almost all are doing that. Ultimately, what we want is bridge that gap to make sure that the outcome of AI is what we want for consumers. So I think this is where we all need to work, and I think building that means trust between regulators, supervisors, and the industry.
Thank you. And you see, that's an interesting concept that we need to explore further as we talk about trust. And so we've heard that it's not just the regulation. And so in the TCI, we are now looking to see how we can develop regulation or at least guidance around this area. But from a practitioner's perspective, and this is an open question to the audience, we've just heard Florence said that there needs to be a tie-in with how do you continue to serve and deliver to your consumers. And so it's not only about risk mitigation within your organization, but risks that may impact your clients, consumers. So from a practitioner's point of view, what do you see as some of your biggest challenges in trying to implement that new balance, particularly as you try to evolve and develop or implement new technologies at the same time while you want to remain compliant with existing and evolving laws and regulations? Any takers on that one? So, because I'm looking at Caesar, I will take on him. So we're going to engage, one way or the other, we are going to engage. So if someone can hand him the mic, and then I also see Gareth, if someone can also hand Gareth the mic, because I know you have views on it, you have a perspective, you work with your clients. What would you say are some of the real risks? You're trying to implement new technology, you're trying to be more efficient using the AI, but you still have to balance all of the things, your profitability, compliance with laws and regulation, but there's an aspect of protecting your clients.
I knew you were going to go exactly there. Privacy is important, and I think, and having that conversation with our clients, because obviously they may not know what types of models we're using, but to assure them, we would have to do our own due diligence. So here's an example. So if I'm speaking to a vendor, then I'm thinking about purchasing their products to be able to help with the compliance process. There's questions that I'm going to ask that vendor. Your data, where is it being held? What's the location? And so forth and so on. So as long as I'm comfortable, based on my due diligence with my vendors, then I'm able to translate that in such a way that the client can understand, and allowing them to understand that we're also working with you, the regulators, to ensure that we're abiding by your guidances to ensure that that service is offered in a way that gives them confidence in us as an institution.
Thanks for that. And Gareth is 2 seats behind you.
Thank you, Kenesha. I always think if you're trying to enable new opportunities with clients, there's always a risk. The risk of AI is that it will go wonderfully, but the risk of AI is also it will go terribly. Mm-hmm. You have some systems which are enabling mail out straight away rather than reviewing first. I think if you've got the right policies and procedures in place and you thoroughly review what the implementation looks like in practice, then you can minimize that risk. And I think that's important for clients as a whole.
Thank you very much. And so I see Honorable Saunders in the front.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm just going to say this in defense of AI, in the sense that I think everybody, when we started using AI, and this is as a programmer, this is not as the minister, this is as an software engineer. I think everybody goes, oh my goodness, there's a huge amount of risk. And I had this caveat, I was at a conference just last week in Anguilla around AI and governance. It's the same thing. The risk that we're talking about is actually a cloud-based risk. It's not an AI-based risk. And I know that as soon as AI come up, everyone starts looking at things. The risk of your data being out there is actually a cloud-based risk. It's not unique to AI. It's a risk of putting your data in the cloud. Now, when you want to utilize AI on your data and to do all the data analytics and do everything very quickly, like I said, you could churn those things up, you could run those things locally. But there is a certain risk today with doing a lot of IT-related stuff, but most of the risk you're talking about, like right now, is a cloud-based risk. That's unique to moving to the cloud, putting your data somewhere else. That's not unique to AI.
Thank you very much. Now, my interpretation, having heard some of that, and what I'm going to draw from it, is a little bit of a theme, inferred and some direct, in terms of communication, that element. Because we're talking about building trust. Building trust, regulator to the sector to its client. And so indirectly, I'm hearing about communication, the need to engage. So, Tomiko, perhaps I can bring you in here. What do you think from a supervisory aspect? How do supervisors respond to that challenge in terms of communication with its constituent group to build trust? Particularly to give an example that everyone in this room was concerned about, it was a big thing last year. BO, who's going to have our information? Who's going to have access to our information? What do you think as a supervisor that we can do to strengthen and build that trust?
I think the trust is a necessary requirement. That has to exist between the entity that is relying on the AI tool. That also has to happen, or that also has to exist between the regulator and the regulated entity. When we talk about ensuring trust exists throughout the system, I think one of the major starting points is that the foundation needs to exist for that trust to blossom. And so when we talk about laying that foundation, that starts from a regulatory standpoint, ensuring that there is sufficient support in people being able to understand what risks they need to be aware of, how they should respond to those risks. When we talk about being proportionate and all these types of things, I think there are those amongst us who need a bit more guidance and support in being able to interpret that and to put that into practice. But for me, trust goes even a little bit further than that, in that from the regulator's standpoint, we need to be able to trust that the systems that are being used are delivering the sort of outputs that need to be generated. And what that looks like from a regulator standpoint is that when we talk about things like bias being built into these systems, that I think the word that sums it all up is defensibility. And we need to hear from regulated entities. They need to be able to demonstrate that the systems that they're using is defensible, and that the necessary considerations that need to be given to it have been given to it. They need to be able to demonstrate how that materializes in practice. And that is one of the best ways for us to be able to demonstrate that trust exists in the system.
So let me just build on that quickly, Tomiko, very quickly. As the AML supervisor, in particular, what type of systems are you looking for our licensees and supervised entities to have in place, really to demonstrate that type of integrity of information and data, and be resilient, particularly during a cyber or operational disruption?
So I mean, the starting point for any system, first of all, the FSC is not mandating that you use AI systems at this point. I think that needs to be suited to the circumstances of the entity. We definitely are highlighting the benefits that those systems could produce. So when you talk about the type of systems, one of the things that could be immediately supported in that, in the licensees meeting their obligations, is risk assessments. I mentioned earlier that there are licensees amongst us who manage portfolios of hundreds of entities. I certainly sympathize with those entities because that takes a lot of manpower to be able to analyze all of that data and come to the right decisions about how to treat the conclusions that result from those analyses. But any system, you need to be able to validate the outputs that are coming from it, the controls that need to be built into that whole relationship. And even more than that, the one thing that can't be removed from this whole conversation is the human element, because systems are only as good as the programmers have made them. And so that is definitely something that needs to remain present in the system at all times.
Right. And so really, for the audience now, so as you know or should know, we are looking ahead to the 5th round of our Caribbean Financial Action Task Force assessment and effectiveness in the AML context, admittedly, will be very critical, not just to our frameworks, but to outcomes, as Tomiko just mentioned. So let me ask you that. Where do you see the biggest opportunity, given what Tomiko has said, Jeff has said, Florian, we're coming to Catrice right now, but given what we've heard so far, where do you see the biggest opportunity for stronger collaboration between regulators and yourselves, the industry? I'm happy to call names so you can let me know, and I will do that. Because very often, sometimes, and because I don't want you to go away and say there's no collaboration, I don't want you to go away and say the Commission can do this or that better. I'm asking you now, where do you see as some of the biggest areas for collaboration?
I'm going to channel my inner Kenrick and speak again. I think the public consultation you've done recently on the Virtual Assets Bill was brilliant. I like the fact that people were engaged. I like the feedback that was given. We wrote feedback and I also attended the meetings. And I think a lot of these roundtable discussions are very helpful. And I applaud you for picking out names and calling on people to actually have a voice. Because I think that although sometimes people are uncomfortable to speak in a public setting, it is very helpful to get their views.
So, Catrice, we've talked about, in the previous discussion, we talked about risks from third parties. Oh, sorry. Yes, and also the
Since that was a great question, I'm glad you asked. Just as a bit of FYI, my ministry, this is the Ministry of Innovation, Technology and Energy, was tasked with turning TCI Finance Limited into a statutory body and growing the financial services sector. So it's been tasked with my ministry and myself to grow the financial services sector. So that's why I'm going to take on that question a bit. In terms of this session and AI, because I'm thinking about it, in terms of the biggest collaboration I think that you can use the technology for is that any one of these persons in the industry could say, can we have this product? Why can't we do X, Y, and Z? So immediately what would normally happen is that they would then say, okay, we've got this great product, we've got virtual assets, fractional ownership, whatever, and then they have to go to the FSC, and the FSC will then take however long they need to take a look at it and do their research and come back and give you on it. We can do that now practically in real time. We can say, why can't we have this? Immediately the AI can look at the rules and regulations and say, these are the reasons why you can't have it, because here's the things that will come up against in terms of the legislation. And then we can then discuss it in real time. And we can then say, well, how can we address the concerns of the FSC right here in this room? And then you can say, well, our concern is this. And then the AI can go back out and says, okay, maybe here are the gaps in it, and here are the recommendations we could make to the legislation that can allow us to offer this product. Are you happy with this? Yes or no? And I'm saying we can do it in real time, but we can do that in a matter of hours instead of a matter of months. So in terms of collaboration, I'm not talking about in terms of the getting together and discussing it and having more meetings. I'm just saying in terms of using the technology allows us to ask why very quickly, why not, it gets the answers, and here's how the recommendations, how we want to go forward, how to fix it. We could compress the timelines very quickly utilizing the technology in terms of new product for the market.
Thank you very much for that. And that was some great interventions by both Gareth and Honorable Saunders. So before we close, and we're closing now, I want to just leave the room with some reflection. In the room, we have policymakers, we have financial institutions, DNFBP, we have stakeholders such as, the AML Secretariat here with us, reflecting, and this is not for you to answer, it's a reflection. Reflecting particularly on what Honorable Saunders have just left us with. What is one concrete action that you think you can take forward in the next 6 to 12 months to strengthen governance, supervision, or collaboration in your respective roles? Now, that is a question for reflection, but coming out of all of the discussion as we talked about resilience and how we build up our ability to continue in disruption, we see the need for communication. We see the need not to work in silos, to explain why we're doing something, why we have adopted something, how it impacts us internally and externally. And we see the need for engagement and collaboration. So I think if I was to leave you with something, it would be that reflection, and then to further think, when we reconvene, maybe in a year, maybe 2 or 3 years from now, what do you think success would look like for the financial sector of the TCI in terms of AI governance, supervision, and resilience? I will leave that with you, and we will answer that question at another time. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists.
Thank you, Acting MD Kanisha and panelists, for your engaging discussion, and to the audience as well for thank you to our Acting MD Kanisha and the other panelists for an engaging discussion, as well as the participation from you, the audience, this afternoon. We are now going to move into some awards. We're going to start with a presentation to our guest speakers today. So if I could ask for those presentations to be made, I think Samadia is going to handle this part of it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to accept the already established protocol. My name is Samardia Higgs, and I am the Director for Human Resources and Administration here at the Commission. And before we get to the presentation of the panel gifts, we would like to just make a short presentation to staff. So last evening, we would have unveiled our new brand identifier, the Shield. Now, the Shield is actually more than just an illustration of how we would like for you to identify the Commission going forward. The Shield is actually a reaffirmation of our commitment to our stakeholders and to this jurisdiction, of the fact that we are prepared to, or we are in the process of becoming a more stronger, more collaborative regulator so that we can engage with you better and make this jurisdiction even that much stronger. We realized that in order to do that, we needed to engage our most valuable resources, which are our people, our employees. So what the Commission did last year in October, we established a training program. We call it Triple T. It stands for Teaching, Testing, and Togetherness. And each quarter, we identify a different element of our Code of Conduct and Employee Manual to reinforce in our employees the importance of their rights and responsibilities and the importance of the way they do their work. So it's not just enough to say that I work for the Commission and this is my role, but it's a real recognition of being able to take pride and take extra initiative where it needs to be taken and ensure that you do the work to the best of your abilities. So with Triple T, we hold ourselves accountable, and we've introduced a monthly Employee of the Month award, so to speak. We call it our Shining Stars. And what the Shining Star Award is, it's a challenge to employees to live the Commission standard. Living the Commission standard means embodying our core values in everything that we do for our stakeholders, for our community, for the public at large. So we hold ourselves accountable for that, for living our core values of integrity, respect, efficiency, teamwork, innovation, and excellence. And what we do every month, we encourage employees to nominate each other for going above and beyond and being that example of an employee. So what we'd like to do today is to show you, our stakeholders, that we are holding ourselves accountable just as we expect you to hold us accountable. And we want to recognize the first 6 recipients of the Shining Star Award for 2026. So as I call you colleagues, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but the work that you do is important, and we appreciate it, and I'm sure the nation appreciates it. So we wanted to give you your moment to shine. So I'll call our recipients. The first one is unfortunately unable to be here, but I would like to still call her name. Our first recipient for January 2026 was Ms. Savannah Robinson. For February, Ms. Wislande Toussaint. And thank you, our Managing Director, Mrs. Backus, for joining us on the stage to assist with issuing the awards. For March, Ms. Destiny Rosario. For April, Mr. Eddie Laurent. And because we, of course, have 2 offices, coming to you live from the nation's capital for May, Ms. Cora Gordon. And last but not least, for June, Mr. Ollie Davidson Higgs. So, yeah. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking our work very seriously. We expect you to hold us accountable, and as you can see, we're holding ourselves accountable to be a better commission for you. We'll now have our panel presentations.
Okay, congratulations to all of our recipients of the Triple T Awards. And now we're going to make presentations to each of our panelists and our guest speaker, starting with our keynote speaker today, Ms. Massey. And I'm going to ask our chairman to join on stage for the presentation. Next, we are presenting to Honorable E.J. Saunders from Panel 1. Chair, you can remain. I'm a quick learner. I was scolded and corrected earlier. Next, Carol A. Lawrence. Thank you. You can stay for the last two on this panel. Mrs. Crystal Almonte. And Mr. Tamiko Smith. Thank you, Chair. For our panel 2 presentations, I'm going to ask Commissioner D'Angelo Rigby to make those presentations. First, Commissioner DiMaggio Rigby. Interesting dynamic. You're going to take a picture together today. I thought he was joking, but he's actually right. They don't take pictures together. Okay, next presentation, Prudence Edwards. Followed by Mr. Kenrick Walters. I'm going to beg forgiveness here. I overlooked someone from panel 1. My apologies to Mr. Caesar, Louis Caesar, so if you can come to the stage to receive your gift. And Catrice Williams. So we do have duplications of panelists from the fireside chat and our chair as well as our acting MD. I don't know if you just want a photo op, but I don't think it's necessary for you to come on stage. So I just want to extend thanks to both of you for your participation in the fireside chat, and Kanisha in particular for leading the discussion. So that brings us to the end of the presentation. Am I missing someone? Did I? Oh, Jonathan. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, this writing is very fine. You can see my notes are very large in comparison, so forgive me. I don't think my glasses are working very well for me today. Not intentional, I'm sorry. So Jonathan Addy, thank you. Yes, I believe now that takes care of all of our speaker presentations. You can let me know if I forgot anyone else. Going once, twice? Okay, good. All right, so that brings us to the end of the award presentations, and I am now going to welcome to the podium our COO, Marlon Johnson, for closing remarks.
Well, good afternoon. A pleasure for me to be here. I am among the last two speakers standing between you and lunch. So I promise you, I'm going to be very, very brief, and our final speaker will give the formal vote of thanks. So I'll just limit my appreciation just to say how very rewarding it was for me, and I'm certain for all of us here to just get the wealth of knowledge and the insights that was expressed today. One of my responsibilities really is to be the custodian of the implementation of the Commission's 3-year strategic plan, which just kicked off this past April with the beginning of the fiscal year. And I'm very pleased to point out that everything that was discussed today, from how we use digital tools to things like resiliency and cybersecurity, are all parts and make up a substantial part of that strategic plan. But what I thought was very valuable today is that we've been given a lot of very good insights on how we can actually make that plan work for the benefits of all of those persons here who we represent, who we supervise, and who we have to work alongside. So I can assure you that I can speak on behalf of the board, my colleagues across the Commission, to say that we will take on board the insights and the feedback to ensure that that strategic plan actually is something that is going to add value to what we do, and certainly most importantly, add value to what you do, because we understand and appreciate that, yes, we're here to supervise and oversee, but we're here to facilitate commerce, and we're here to facilitate the development of the Turks and Caicos Islands. So we're very appreciative, and with that, like I promised you, I'll be brief, and I'll turn it over, I think, to our formal vote of thanks. Thank you all very much.
Okay, before the vote of thanks, I just have 2 announcements. The team of the FSC, you're asked to present at the front immediately following the vote of thanks for a photo opportunity, and lunch will be served in Almond Tree Restaurant once we are done with the vote of thanks. So to bring the vote of thanks, I am going to welcome to the podium our Communications Advisor, Dr. Courtney Robinson.
Good afternoon again. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this remarkable gathering to a close, it is my honor to offer the vote of thanks on behalf of the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission. Today has reminded us that when expertise, purpose, and partnership meet, we strengthen not only our institutions, but also the future we are building together. My deepest gratitude to Mrs. Sheba Wilson, our gracious host and commissioner, for guiding today's proceedings. Thank you, Sheba. We are grateful to Eddie Laurent for leading us in prayer and to Moen Cox for a moving presentation of the national anthem and national song on saxophone. To all who delivered greetings, Jeff Scott, our chairman, and Her Excellency Delaney Daniel Selvaratnam, Governor of the Turks and Caicos Islands, thank you for your presence, support, and words of encouragement. A particular note of thanks to our keynote speaker, Florian Massey of the OECD, for a timely and thoughtful-provoking address that challenged and inspired us. To the participants and panelists who shaped our conversations today, Panel 1, Honorable E.J. Saunders, Tomiko Smith, Carol A. Lawrence, Louis Caesar, and Crystal Amont, your insights on AI and financial integrity were indispensable. Panel 2, DiMaggio Rigby, Prudence Edwards, Jonathan Aid, Kenneth Walters, and Catrice Williams, thank you for advancing the discourse on resilience by design. And Fireside Chat by Kanisha Backus, she really put it in there. Herself, Jeffrey Scott, Floyd Massey, Tomiko, and Catrice, your candid exchange and added real depth to today's presentation. Thank you to the venue and logistics team who made today's possible, the Shore Club and Chanel Williams Capron of SBC Events for the decor and staging, to Greg Bean of Genesis Next Media and William John of Subtronics Reinforcement, thank you for your technical support, and Putu Arayo for capturing today's photographs. To our FSC team and colleagues, thank you to Tony Patton for expertly guiding our conversations and interviewing our guests earlier in the morning. Heartfelt appreciation to Queen Bean, Jolanda Gardner, Danica Smith, Corey Stubbs, Ali Davidson Higgs, Kavana Hanna, Eddie Laurent, Cordell Ingham, Jocelyn Williams, and Alana McDowell. Your dedication behind the scene has been exemplary. Also, special thanks to Maxelendi Pierre, the voice of the 2026 AIM. Maxi, can you come up and let everybody see you? Let everybody see you? So this is Maxi. She's the voice behind our introduction video reveal last evening and all the voiceovers that you heard today. I am also pleased as this event unfolds exactly how I envisioned it to be. Every detail that I planned came to fruition. To everyone who joined us today, whether here in person or via live broadcast, your encouragement, commitment to strengthening the financial services sector are what makes gatherings like this truly meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, the Turks and Caicos Islands Financial Services Commission 2026 Annual Industry Meeting has now come to a close. Thank you and enjoy lunch.